Good evening and welcome to our, was it August now? August 12th Basalt Town Council meeting. We're starting with a work session here on Public Works and Police Station and an update on that and some really good information. So I don't know which of you will start, but I'll turn it over. Okay.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you. I'm going to make the presentation today, and Lieutenant Munch and Justin Foreman are going to be here to answer questions as we kind of walk through. So today we're presenting kind of a holistic strategic planning approach to moving the much-needed police and PD station forward. This presentation is a general overview of the town real estate assets, the current uses, and some opportunities. It is not exhaustive. It's just a step forward in collecting some data to make some future presentations or some future decisions, as well as to help us be transparent about the project as we move forward. So, some information which you may already know, but just to kind of share it out. Currently, Public Works operates off of 5 locations plus the water plant, and it's important to understand the vehicle, machinery, and storage needs of Public Works as we look forward into 10 to 20 years. We know the population of town is going to change just with some basic development that's going on right now between Lake Modern and the Tree Farm. We're looking at the possibility of having 700 plus new residents in the next 3 years, besides development that's coming in this side of town. So here we just have a quick map. We'll go through each of these properties quickly between Block 7 in Willits, the rugby office, we're calling it the umbrella site, Public Works West, the annexation site on West Sopris, Few Lane, the water plant, and then, of course, the undersized police department station right now. So we'll go from kind of the easiest down the list, if you will. This is a photo of the water treatment facility, and short answer here is there are really no changes proposed for that. There are no changes that can be made there, so this is really not a discussion for things that can be changed around or moved. It is what it is. So there's one. Second is the Block 7 space in Willits. This is 1,800 square feet of vacant storefront, contributing to the other vacant storefronts in Willits. It's currently serving as storage that's not available on other Public Works locations, bicycles, WeCycle, Christmas decorations, sort of random items. And there are opportunities here to monetize that space, either by leasing it, selling it. We know that there's interest in it. $35 a square foot per year is sort of the average lease rate. It's not the lowest or the high end for spaces there. So just on a real rote, generalized calculation, if we were just to decide to lease that out, that's $63,000 a year potentially. Right now, it's just an expense. We just pay HOA dues on that property. Ultimately, moving forward with some other use on that space, we need to replace and find storage space for the items that are in there. That's a real need. That one really has a couple different items to it where we'll talk probably at a different meeting about activating some more movement in the retail and commercial spaces in Willits, but it would be important for the town to contribute to that as well.
Contribute to what?
To contribute to having an active storefront there and not being another vacant retail space. The next one is the rugby field office. This is right next door, obviously, to the rugby field. It does have restrooms on the other side of the building. It's a converted garage of 500 square feet into office space. Currently has 3 staff members and a nursery and a storage equipment space next door. The opportunity here is our 16-unit affordable housing development, which is has gone through sketch plan review and will be making the rounds soon for preliminary review. We are affectionately calling it the Pitchview 16, some rugby lingo in there, some lakefront lingo. Ultimately, their options there are to relocate the office, the nursery, and the shed to a centralized location, or just the nursery and the shed somewhere. You know, again, these are all just, there's a lot of moving parts, and these are not decided options, but something that could happen in that space, because it's really not useful for anything else, is it could be storage space for the items that are at the Willits Block 7 location. So there's a trade-off there. You kind of keep moving everything down a little bit. That space really doesn't have use for anything else, so there's a thought there.
Could we do anything with the land itself?
The land where
Under the shed and,
well, right now, the sketch plan approval for that 16-unit affordable housing includes the shed. So we need to, regardless of what happens, we need that space for that building for a dry well, to maintain the stormwater drainage off that building. So that will have to move.
in the office, I guess, or?
You know, I guess the office is part of the restroom building. So
Yeah, it's still got it, yeah.
it's sort of it's just a kind of a funky space. So maybe storage, you know, there are definitely other things we can think about for it. And then we get over to this side of town to the annex on West Cypress Drive. That's a 3,000 square foot heated storage space. The vehicles listed here are all vehicles and equipment that have to be in a heated storage space. They can't freeze. So I don't know what the vermeer is, but I like that word. The sweeper, I don't know what that is.
Yeah, like a vac truck.
Vac truck.
Yeah, vac trailer.
The boom truck, the Ventrac, our drinking fountains that come out of the parks in those locations during the winter, irrigation supplies for the Basalt River Park, sandbags on pallets for flooding. We did have the town's real estate agent kind of do a quick and dirty evaluation of that property if it was to be sold, cleared and demoed and sold as a residential lot, and somewhere in the $500,000 to $700,000 range is the value there. It's notable because certainly that could be something that helps pay for the beginning of facilities at the umbrella site or another location. So that's a notable use. The Few location is where the main public works facility is right now. That's a half-acre site, 4,700 square feet of office and conditioned space. We know that office space it's really substandard and needs to be replaced sooner than later. There's a heated 5-bay garage, storage shed, backup generator. Well number 9 is there. And currently, this is the main delivery location for supplies that Public Works uses, particularly for the water treatment. You know, there's some scenarios in here that we don't believe are the best scenarios, but it just is kind of brainstorming here about where to go. This site is similar in size to the umbrella site, not both of the locations there, just the umbrella site. So that site's about 1.65 acres, so they're similar. This is not a great spot for a police department because it is a dead end and there's a need for access here as well as all the congestion that happens at the intersection as it's built now without kind of having that redundant second access there. But, you know, if we're just going through technically what could happen on paper, those are options. One thing that's appealing about this site is that obviously it doesn't need an annexation process, and any development here, whether it's expanding existing uses or rebuilding office spaces or new garages, would be relatively quick. It'd just be a town process. A second option here is to maintain this as a public works facility and just kind of have it in the mix as we look at all of the uses on the other properties for what really is the best thing here. one little idea that is floating around there is once the police department potentially will move out of the Elk Run location, those office spaces will be available for other uses. That could be office space for Public Works. And then where this job trailer is could be more storage space. There are all these kind of pluses and minuses that probably need some real investigation on whether that's the most efficient use of the property or not.
I learned today that Pitkin County would be interested in acquiring the existing, where the police department is, they would be interested in acquiring that, should it become available. I just learned that today, so, or yesterday, it was relatively recent.
Yeah, imagine they want some Mid-Valley space,
Yeah.
some besides what they've already got.
I actually directed them to another location here in town that could serve us better.
Yeah, okay.
And then we get to what we're currently calling Public Works West. Office space here, but really the main need for Public Works is storage. So 15 plus plow blades, the Sunday market trailer, VMS boards, brush piles, rock piles, our irrigation equipment, the sign shop. We have our compost shed there for the community, park furnishings, 6 to 8 work trucks, and then our various other tools. So not all of the things that are on the other sites will fit on this site. That's just kind of there's too many things going on, and so figuring out the most efficient uses to try to put on a single site is something that we want to explore a little bit more and figure out, is this the best site for all the heated storage? Should it be other things? Context about whether delivery vehicles can make it in and out of this site, or the future, the current site plan as it's been shown. Don't really work well for things like delivery of salt and other uses here. So there's just a little bit more comprehensive investigation that needs to be done. Whether it's useful to have this site continue to have the police department on it is important, and whether we can adjust that site plan to be a little bit more efficient and have some of those uses take advantage of other properties we have. For example, the community meeting room, depending on what goes on 2E, there's a possibility for having the community academy, not the Citizen Academy, Community Academy happen there. And that would alleviate some of the parking that was kind of shown on that preliminary plan here, and create some more opportunity for separation between the police and Public Works facilities, which is really important to have that defined perimeter between those two facilities. So there's just a little bit more we need to get through there.
I got a question just while we're going through this. It seems like there's more homework that needs to be done. And some things, like if we're going to get out of the current building where the police station is, in order to get some of those, really requirements. Like I look at it, there's things that are like, we need to do this. There's other things that are like nice to have, and maybe there's some things in the middle. It seems like so far, for instance, this is the only spot you can really meet a lot of those police needs effectively.
Yeah.
So I guess my question would be, when you say you guys are investigating, are you going to go through it, kind of look at it in a way, like almost like not to geek out, like a linear programming way, where you're like, you got all these different variables, there's some things that have to be met, or some things that don't, like, in this site, I think, for the police station in particular, it sounds like this is the ideal spot. And, we already have some existing heated space. So I don't know, I guess I want to understand how you're thinking about clarifying this when you do that investigation.
So there are certainly some things in the police department aspect that can be modified a little bit, but probably more importantly and a little easier to grab onto, the needs for Public Works, and I feel funny talking for Justin, but he can step in a second here, is that really, he's identified that they need more storage than office space. So that existing plan that we've looked at before has a lot of office space for Public Works in it. That's something that we can value engineer down and out. We can move it to another site, we can set it somewhere else, and that really changes the context of that building and that site plan. So that's huge without sacrificing some of the things that we really need to retain and recruit police to stay in our community. So that's some of the shifting that we have going on back and forth.
That's a good example, because that frees up capacity essentially.
It's huge.
Anywhere, wherever it's gonna be, right? So then you can try something else.
Exactly. And not to make assumptions or jump ahead, but whatever happens potentially on 2E, where there is sufficient parking for a community space, 30 spaces of parking for a community space on this site is a lot of real estate when we're competing for two different needs on the property. So that's just something to kind of think about as we go through, and to really for us to spend some more time wrapping our arms around what that looks like for both properties.
Can we please do an analysis of community space? Because I've heard that we need endless community space, and we have the Eagle County building, we have the library, Takal does community stuff, we have the schools. Sorry.
Colorado Mountain College over there.
Yeah, we have this building over here, some stuff gets used in here. Like, can we just get a calendar of every community space and hear how many things they're turning away? Or how, like, I just feel like there's this endless goal to have community space, and I just don't feel like we're activating all of our community space. And I could be totally wrong. They could all be booked solid, and then, yeah, we need more community space, but I just feel like we have all these buildings here already. You know, like a great spot for the community space could be the old Growing Years building that's sitting empty right now. They have their own parking lot. They have their own, you know, so I feel like we're on this quest, and I just wonder what are we really turning away? What events are not being needed in this quest for community spaces?
And that's a broader set of questions, and even for the scope of this, I feel like even if there is a huge need for community space, it's a lower priority in this exercise. You know what I mean? Like, if you're gonna rate things like evidence, chain of custody, having places to store, et cetera, it's like, that's what this site was, you know, what we went through all the work for this for. You gonna say something, Rick?
Well, just the Crown Mountain just went through a PUD process, and they did do a dive into what was available in this Mid-Valley area already as community space as part of their land use. So the stuff's done, if you want to know what it is. You know, they've been asking to get together, but my understanding that they went ahead and figured that out, and that's how they came up with the design for their space that they want to do, 10,000 square foot building. So, you know, there's a lot of redundancy in this conversation. I think that's what makes it so hard to sort through. And all these properties have been acquired over the last, 30 years or longer, and some were intended. Parcel 2E was a police station and public works facility, when it was first exacted from the developer. So things change, but, the south side parcel is still functional, and I think that the public works space that we acquired down there by Original Road is probably the future place for central location for both. And if this space in Willits that's a storefront doesn't make any sense at all to me. I mean, we just sell it, get out from under it. We can't be landlords in a retail space, at least in my opinion. So I'd just take that off the table, put a real estate for sale sign on it. If Pickens interested, just, they're always looking down here.
There would be another buyer for the space in Metzaluna. So, I know that. So at least I knew relatively recently.
I don't want to cut you, Michelle, off, but I I mean, I'm just really interested in what both Aaron and Justin have to say, and, you know, almost in a like best case scenario, you know, like Justin, what would you have? What, you know, in your dream vision for Public Works? And then same with Aaron, you know, like, do we need a community space at the police department, or is it fine to use other? You know, like,
Yeah.
you guys are the ones that know your departments best.
Start, yeah, sure. You know, from a Public Works perspective, staff certainly and myself want a place to call home that they're proud of, but it's really these operational needs that we're just now getting a grasp on, right? It's hard to look at backhoes and mowers and dump trucks and brush piles, and you know, you look at all the space required, and we're like Michelle alluded to earlier, it's hard when we start carving out different pieces of these properties. So we're in these beginning phases of, you know, what are pieces of equipment that are have to and what are not, or if say we don't have a rock pile, we're going to pay more fees from the gravel pit, right? Because we're having to order more, have it get trucked in. So we're also trying to balance operations and what equipment we need and what we need at the ready, right? That we those are the key features to us, and I think Aaron and I have started a lot of conversations of between the two departments. I think we can live with that space currently. It will be tight, right? The majority of our items will be on the back end, the garages, all the storage area and the parking, and a lot of their work will be inside the building. But I think another thing that we should consider, or council should consider, is you know, with a community space, and if we want to have this as a spot where we can have an IMT, incident command system, right? If there's ever, certainly we do not want to have one of those, but is that important enough to the council and the community? In this, you know, that's certainly one of the things, certainly for trainings and things like that, but we saw as a bonus as being able to host one of those events.
Thank you. Yeah, I think, you know, what was done by the architectural plans was obviously best case scenario for us. And it fit all of our needs and everything that we identified, which is nice. As Justin said, the community room, I don't consider it just a community room. I would more call it a multi-use room. And I think back to the Lake Christine fire, and we used Station 42 in Elgibel as a kind of a command post, and it was busy. Being able to break off, and we even used Town Hall for kind of law enforcement and evacuation site. So using that as a general space, not only for an IMT purpose, but you know, Justin mentioned training. It's hard to find a secure location to bring in a specific police training. We're not able to hold those. It's kind of nice to call it our own and have ownership when we can bring those in and have a secure.
It sounds like y'all need a gathering space for your own purposes,
Right.
more so than community purposes.
Yeah, and
Double as that when needed, but it's like, it's a
Yeah.
training and conference room
Like
type of space.
like I said, a multi-use room, I like to kind of refer to it as. But yes, the architectural plans were wonderful. I mean, we're very pleased with what we see. So I can't complain about those. They're great.
We got to have conference room training space. I mean, that's a requirement, just like anything else. I mean, like, because right now, you have to go find somewhere to do it. Any kind of building that does where work happens, like, should have a space where everybody can get together and have a meeting or whatever. I mean, that's kind of table stakes, especially if you're going to build it. Because they like RAFTA, like, just got that at their place in Glenwood. We can all our offices here, and we all go into and have a meeting. I mean, so that could double as a community space of some sort, like for community police academy, maybe stuff like that. I don't know. So
How important is the location to you, Aaron, and the police department?
The location, we've identified that it would be great to serve kind of, let's call it both ends of Basalt, Old Town and Willits. Being able to, if you're just, that exit out onto Highway 82, we could take a quick right and get to Old Town very quick, or take a left on East Valley Road and be in Willits in 10 seconds. So being able to serve both ends of town, while right now we're kind of stuck on that far east side, and it's extended arrival times to Willits if we're dealing with that. So
Yeah.
it's nice. It's a very great location. While it's not perfectly in the middle, it is very centrally located. So
What do you guys do for fuel?
We use the Shell station,
The bulk guys?
yeah,
Yeah.
the commercial.
Is fuel envisioned in your public works facility?
In the conceptual plan that I've seen, it's not shown on there.
Is that something you'd consider?
I think in the past, that was something that Public Works did have on site, albeit not a lot. But it's been pretty convenient to just use the Shell right there, so.
And police department as well?
same. Yeah, same. Use the Shell locations in town.
Yeah.
And it's a Shell gas, because it's good anywhere. If your guys are going to take somebody to Eagle, you
That's
can
right.
get the Shell and gypsum.
Yeah, there's a Shell down the street from the jail, actually. So, yeah.
Well, diesel and things like that, or I guess they have that
Yeah.
over there in bulk too.
Yeah,
Bulk sales.
I think if we're in emergency situation, right, from the past couple years, it's probably a different conversation we should think about, some emergency storage, just in case. But for the day-to-day, it's serving just fine.
I feel like this location, this PWX, X West, or I'm just always going to call it Umbrella, is a, kind of home run, no-brainer for police. It's right off the highway, easy accessibility, emergency services, in between Old Town and Willits, like you said, Aaron. I think the bigger question here is how do we really efficiently provide Public Works with what they need, and just kind of, I think, if we're going to put police here and Public Works here, which makes sense, then obviously we will be keeping, most of the other Public Works spaces, but how can we better utilize them if they can have some offices in the police building? I mean, I think we needed to get rid of the Block 7 space 5 years ago. It just seems like an absolute dead weight. So that's a no-brainer. And just then in the few lane, if we don't need that office there, maybe that becomes space for some piles, like you said, Justin. I mean, I think that we can get creative with the existing spaces, and it sounds like that's what we're going to have to do. Because I do think that this is ideal for police, and then, also giving Public Works hopefully what they need to.
Yeah, but the services where they're kind of covering a lot of ground on the regular
It's also
too, like
central,
plowing and stuff.
For both sides of town, just like the police station. So, you can hopefully, wouldn't it be cool if you had like another little storage bonus lot over in Willits somewhere, but we don't. But, yeah.
So
A lot to think about.
my question is I wonder, like, it feels to me like this, this conversation is 3 years too late, 10 years too late. The trajectory as the town grows, the population grows, we need more police, we're gonna need more Public Works, we're gonna need more public service, services to provide. And if the trajectory of the town continues, even at a smaller pace, then are we just catching up to now? Because the reality of this project being inhabited is what, 3 years at best case scenario, 4 years down the road, 5, 6 years down the road. And then did we design and build something? And the immediate conversation after folks move in is going to be like, okay, now where else, what else, where else can we put some more stuff? And so I kind of wonder, like, to me, I feel like that's kind of the biggest key, because we can build it and open it up, but my feeling is that we're already behind. And I don't know if that's a shared sentiment with everybody, but it feels like maybe we need to be thinking in possible phases, or even for further down the future than the ability just to get it approved this year and built in 5. Maybe it's part 1 is this and part 2 is that. And I think to do that, it might be separation of, the facilities. Because what I'm hearing is if we built everything and had it great, it'd be good, but it wouldn't be still enough for today.
I totally agree. It's almost like a Band-Aid over a bullet hole, but I feel like for police, this might be a long-term solution that might accommodate plenty of future growth.
Mm-hmm.
My concern is Public Works,
Yeah.
in that we're just like still kind of pigeoning Public Works into like this back corner of the police department, and how long is that really going to last? And this does not seem to me like a valid long-term solution for Public Works.
Justin, I know you came in relatively recently, or have been reassessing, and it sounds like you're seeing that the need is different. Like you've identified that less office space, more workspace, for lack of a better way to put it.
Yep.
Are you through that exercise yet, or are you still trying to figure out what that is? And I'm assuming, I hope that you're thinking about the long term as well. Like, what are we going to need, 10 to 20 years down the road, like Dieter's saying, not just now. And you too, Aaron. But I guess it seems like this is evolving and it's changing from what the concept was before for Public Works.
I would agree with that. And to answer your question about, are we through that exercise? No, we're not through that. I need some help from Wold, or we need some help from Wold or some other consultant. We're just now putting the pieces together of all the equipment and the sizes of them and their footprint, and kind of best locations of where they're going to get stored. And you touched on operations. We're trying to figure out this puzzle piece so we're not also wasting a bunch of time moving equipment around like we kind of are today, right? We're going up to the annex for this season, and we're swapping it down here. Oh, wait, this happened, we need the sweeper, so we're trying to maximize those efficiencies.
Compartmentalizing that whole operations with maintenance, fuel, shop, meeting space, equipment assets, resources that you use as subcontractors, all that other stuff. I feel your pain, because I've been watching us struggle with this particular piece of the pie for a long time, and it is, one of the priorities for the elected officials is to make sure that our streets are taken care of and our assets are protected and snow's removed and all that. And I think, and to Dieter's point, that's got to come back to the table in a more rapid way, not take too much time. I don't know who Wold is. I hope they have experience in doing what you need, because, you'll end up with 100 pieces of equipment, and you'll be wondering, and I don't know how many police cars we have right now, 6, 8?
14.
14, so 5 years ago we had 6 or whatever it was.
Yep.
Yeah, so 14 cars. So that really tells the story of what the space looks like. And I don't know if you do your own repairs and maintenance, oil change, lube change, all that stuff, or that's somebody comes and takes care of your, the cat backhoe or whatever the heck it is.
Yeah. So the town used to have a mechanic. We no longer. So we use primarily.
Diesel dog.
Yeah, we use Diesel Dock for the larger pieces of equipment, but then Basalt Quick Lube.
Okay.
They do that as well for the other departments for
There's
your
a lot
tire
of stuff
changes.
that's getting farmed out too, because we don't have the capacity, resources, or manpower to do it ourselves.
Yep, yep. Or Wagner comes in or Bobcat comes in and works on them in our shops.
And I want to be conscious of time. I know we got 10 minutes scheduled and a couple more slides, including, or at least in the packet, a letter from Wold. So maybe we might need to schedule some more time for this, but it's not, I definitely want to understand kind of what the time frame is. I'm sure everybody else does too.
Yeah, if we can kind of start to wrap this up a little bit. But just for anybody who's watching to be aware of what our needs are for the police department, I'll run through that really quickly, as already noted. But evidence processing and storage, locker and restroom facilities for 14 staff that's separate from the public, interview rooms, conference room, space for positive interaction lobby, the secure perimeter, exercise kitchen and break room, and all of those things currently don't exist, not even in a small way, but just don't exist at all. So those are some of the things that we're trying to get to. The next slide is sort of next steps. So as this group is, we've been able to get together and kind of put these needs together and actually make a laundry list of what equipment we have, what we need, why we need it, where we are, and holistically look at all of the properties and see if there's any trade-offs between any of them that can be considered, or if that was wishful thinking, or where we are, or what the opportunities are. We'd like to take that back to the consultant, have them analyze that a little bit more, and then come back and kind of give an update. Because basically, once we're able to study the opportunities and constraints of all the properties and our needs, we'll have a better sense of what the timeline is, what the land use processes are, what the budgets are, and just generally where we're going, with the hope that we can do some phased development so that we can get some part of the facility done sooner than later. So
when are you guys coming back to us? Let's put a stake in the ground here. Sorry, I didn't say it at the mic. When are you guys coming back?
yeah. So honestly, we just had kind of our, I hate to call it a kickoff meeting. I'll call it our phase 2 kickoff meeting. Reboot meeting, thank you. Which was really productive.
It was.
And so I don't have a timeline from Wold right now. We basically kind of wanted to make sure that council was okay with us having this discussion about these other properties maybe moving around or changing, and there are no decisions on that now, but just as long as that's an acceptable form to kind of go forward with is really helpful direction. So.
I think
we
Angel
should-
said it. We want to make sure we have these assets, like if they're just sitting around, like we need to do something.
I think we'd seek to have it, to answer your question, by the end of the year. I mean, it's not the proposal that they issued was not a big number, so they can't be on the gerbil wheel forever spinning the
Like
clock. It's
$17,000 or
$17,000.
yeah.
So I think a lot of it, to be frank with you, is going to be making decisions about, where our assets are going to be. I think that's really the gating question. Where is the police department? Is that going to ultimately be an original road? And that's what we're going to go with. I mean, I think one of the challenges we've been dealing with, frankly, is that we bought that property down that original road, and we started making it the public works facility before the police department. So we got a little bit of the cart before the horse. So, and even the consultant said that to us. Wool, to answer your question, they do this for other municipalities. They do national work. So I think the gating question is getting these answers to these questions. I think ultimately the new town manager will be championing this to the finish line. So it'll be a multi-year project. And I think, additionally, we should be looking at this on 2 tracks. One in which we actually can get a sales tax increase passed with the citizens, because there's a $33 million price tag in 2027 dollars, and we don't have $33 million. And, even our capacity to borrow is somewhere in the $10 to $12 million range. We have $5-6 million in free reserves, so we only have half the bogey covered. So we'd have to have some sort of relief from some sales tax. And it's because you ask for a sales tax increase doesn't mean you're going to get it. And if you don't get it, then you have Plan B, Plan B would be something less than what's desirable, and then that is really where it comes down to really what's a want, and really what's a need, and what can you actually afford. So there's more hard decisions that need to be
What you're
made.
giving up,
Pardon me, yeah, what are you giving up?
yeah.
You know, I think, and I don't want to just be dour about it. I mean, you could also say you don't get a sales tax increase, you could also redirect some of the sales tax you're currently collected to this effort. You know, you can make cuts elsewhere. So anyway, I think that's a way to look at it, not the only way, but it's a way, so.
It's been mentioned a couple times in the presentation and by Michelle, but Aaron, I'd like your take, I really like Umbrella for the police station for a lot of reasons, but the few lane location, is it at all feasible, or are there pretty severe accessibility
I think
restraints?
I think the accessibility is the hard part, being at the end of a dead-end street.
Not
and
visible and,
no visibility, as well as what I worry about. I don't know if you've seen the high school traffic, morning, lunchtime, and afternoon, and being able to, while we can use our lights to respond to emergency, we are then dealing with trying to get around high school students, and that's a scary situation.
yeah. I just kind of want to make sure that we're kind of maybe in some agreement that we're taking that off the table as an option. Because it was kind of presented as an option a couple times in the presentation, but
Yeah, yeah, and I think the point there, it's kind of like some of the other properties, is literally anything's possible. We need to really have the consultant kind of help study the pros and cons of some of the easier discussion items there, to really help us weigh out what's going to work best.
Will we shoot for the end of the year? I can sign this proposal if that's the direction of council, I mean, and move
Yeah.
on with the process. I mean, we don't continue to discuss this, we're just gonna go nowhere fast. Instead of being 5 years behind, we'll be like the Pitkin Airport, or the, what else, what are they trying to do, the jail? Well, the jail should have been done
Jail,
like
yeah.
10 years ago, okay? It'll be done a decade from now.
I think you should sign the proposal and.
yeah, I feel like
Get it
for the
going.
$20,000 that they're proposing, it's probably money very well spent to really understand this problem and get to the best solution.
Yeah, cool.
There you go.
Well, thanks for all the info. Anything else you guys have?
Thanks for the time.
Thank you.
That's
Thank you
good.
for the support.
Yeah, happy to. All right, so we're going to take a break till 6 o'clock. So we're going to shut down here, and we'll see you all at 6 if you're watching. Thanks a lot. All right, welcome back. We are going to jump into our regular town council meeting. We had a work session earlier, an update on the Public Works and Police Station project. Before I call the meeting to order, just want to remind everybody, if you want to join online, you can go to basalt.net, go to the agendas tab. You'll find the meeting packet for August 12th, and in there, there's Zoom instructions if you're watching online and you want to jump on so you can make public comments and all of that stuff. So that's there. So I will call the meeting to order, and Pam, will you please call the roll?
Absolutely. All right, let's begin with Dieter Schindler.
Present.
Angela Anderson is absent this evening. Rick Stevens.
Here.
Hannah Berman.
Here.
Angel Dupré-Bouchard.
Here.
Ryan Slack.
Here.
And David Knight.
Here.
Most of the A-team is present. Thank you.
All right, next up, we have item 2, our consent agenda. That consists of item 2A, the minutes from July 22nd, 2025. Item 2B, a special event activity permit for Motors on Midland. Item 2C, resolution number 35, series of 2025. It's a resolution of the Town Council of Basalt, Colorado, approving participation in opioid settlement with Purdue and the Sackler family. Item 2D is resolution number 36, series of 2025, a resolution of the Town Council of Basalt, Colorado, approving a stipulation and easement agreement with the Basalt Sanitation District and Eagle County District Court case number 2025 CV 30071. I would entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda items as presented.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Couple seconds. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have our...
Thank you, Amy.
Yeah, thanks.
Thanks, Amy.
Thanks for your dedication.
Nailed it.
Next up, we have item 3, which is call to the public. And just a reminder, limit your comments to 3 minutes. Address your comments directly to me. Identify yourself by name and address when making your comments, and make sure you sign in at the back of the room with that info. Please be courteous, civil, and constructive if you can, and we'll make no decision or take action except perhaps direct Doug. So with that, I will open up the call to the public if anybody would like to come up to the podium. Looks like that's there's no takers on that here. There are no takers, and then online I don't see anybody.
Attendees.
So moving right along then to mayor and council report comments. Item number 4.
I just wanted to thank all of our emergency services, police departments, sheriff departments, fire departments. The National Night Out was awesome. Huge turnout, and we had a blast. The kids had a blast, and it was just so nice to see everybody mingling. And so thank you for doing that and putting that on, and hopefully it was a success for everyone. It was good fun.
I'd like to extend gratitude, obviously, once again to Justin and his team. Town's looking great. They're always out cleaning trash cans and trees. And I saw Chris Beiser on a Sunday sweeping up rocks on the new Nordic garden, Alpine garden. Gave him a shout as he was like climbing down into the new vault, which looked awesome. And then also Matt with the rec department. Summer's wrapping up. Kids are going back to school. He had, baseball, softball, tons of camps. So it's awesome that we're able to have this rec department and keep our kids busy in the summer. And, I'm sure everyone's seen the kids riding bikes around town, Gary's camp and Deb. And it's just, we're so blessed to have so many different options for our kids in this town. And so just we're super grateful for that. So.
Thanks. Anybody else? Well, I just wanted to say thanks to CPW for closing the range down during stage 2. I know that's appreciated and noticed, and hopefully we get rain soon. But in the meantime, the vigilance is important. Okay, with that, I will move on to item 5, our interim manager's report.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have 3 things I'd like to review tonight. One is an update on the Lake Christine work being done on the restoration or restoring of the dam, the work on Two Rivers Road. It should have been completed in July, but they ran into, when they're doing some soil sampling, I won't be able to speak too intelligently about what they found, but basically it wasn't firm enough to support the work that they were doing. So it added a variable of complexity to the work, and consequently a delay. So that's going to run for the balance of the month. And what we asked GC to do is extend the lights. I mean, right now it's red, red and white. And then as people coming into town on school days, we're going to have an extended green, so the traffic will flow better. And then on the way out, and the school's out, it'll be green as well. So I know that Aaron and Justin, there's a weekly construction meeting with the team, and they'll be at this meeting this coming week, and they'll decide exactly what the duration of the time will be. So we'll figure it out, and that's what update on that matter. Secondly, I'll just ask Jeff, the mobile home park, as you know, is a go for closing. Due diligence is continuing, inspections and whatnot. And I know a big part of the offer was getting a deed restriction on the property. So we're not faced with this discussion years from now. And really, that's all I'll let, Jeff has been working with April and the team on constructing the language. So I'll ask Jeff to give us an update in that regard.
Sure thing. So one of the conditions that council had, I think all of the governments had for making the grants, the mobile home park purchases, was the acceptable deed restriction to restrict the property to use as workforce housing generally. And so I've been working on that deed restriction, using in part some things that Thistle had used on other similar projects. And so we're pretty close to Sure. So we're pretty close to having a draft completed that will ultimately need to get approved by Thistle as well, because the way this is all working is the governments are making their grants to West Mountain. West Mountain is making a loan to the residents for the purchase, which is forgivable. And so the restrictive covenant gets inserted as a condition of West Mountain making that loan. And so West Mountain would be the entity tasked with enforcing the restrictive covenant, with Pickens County being kind of a secondary enforcement body. The deed restriction has, I keep saying deed restriction, restrictive covenant, I'm saying the same thing. The title of the document is restrictive covenant, but it requires resident occupancy, it requires to be a member of the local workforce. There is an AMI restriction to be income qualified as well. And I'll say that's a piece that we're kind of still sorting out within the deed restriction. As part of the loan from Thistle, they have their own income or affordability requirements, and those will exist during the term of the loan. So there's some question as to whether to maintain those within the restrictive covenant or to have something that's a more simple approach, or maybe even Thistle would change its requirements to be, I guess, more easily manageable by West Mountain. So that's kind of a piece that's still in conversation. There's a right of first refusal in the event of foreclosure, and a few other, a prohibition on short-term rentals, a few other things to kind of try to maintain that housing as owner-occupied, employee-occupied workforce housing. So that's getting pretty close. I think our next steps in the purchase are after all the local governments, after they approve their appropriations, to get money to West Mountain to meet a early September deadline. But right now everything's coming together, looking on track. Great. Thanks for those updates.
And then last but not least is the issue of parking has come up on the Midlands. It's been at least I've been hearing a lot about it. First from residents and citizens complaining about people parking in the loading zone during off hours. There was considerable feedback in that regard. And the way the ordinance is written, just for everybody's reminder, is that There is no dispensation as to time of day or day of week as to loading zone. So the ordinance is at all times. So we have been enforcing the loading zone restriction at all times. And now there's a group of people that are citizens that are taking the opposite view, that we shouldn't be doing that. And I would just add that, so there's a couple paths forward. One is that the loading zone, obviously, is during the day is used for Cisco and other people dropping off food and whatnot to the restaurants. But during after hours, I think it's important to have the loading zone free and clear of traffic, because we had a health event the other day at one of the establishments, and there was a problem getting the EMS vehicle in and out where they needed to be. There was another one over at Alpine Bank. The same situation was during the day, but that's really why we're keeping that space clear. The other uses is that there are instances where people, say you're taking your elderly parent to dinner, or say your spouse or whatever, and they're not as mobile. You can use a loading zone to drop them off in front of either Tempranillo or Cafe Bernard's or Heather's or wherever, go to the restaurant, and then get the person situated and go park the car. So that's another use of the loading zone during off hours, and it's appropriate to do so. And it doesn't have to be an elderly parent. You could somebody could have a broken bone. I mean, that happens from time to time here in the mountains. That would be another use for it. So I would just, since there was a lot of chatter that at least I heard, I was looking for some direction that do we continue doing what we're doing, or do we amend the ordinance for there to be some sort of dispensation as to time of day or day of week, the existing ordinance. So I just throw that as a consideration, as a couple paths forward, or simply we could ignore the ordinance and not enforce it at all. So,
You want us to do it now, talk about it now a little bit?
excuse me?
Talk about it now a little bit then?
If you would, I mean, I just would like to get some clarity, because I get a lot of feedback.
I'll be happy to contribute. We voted to spend 9.8 million on improvements, and we funded another 6 or 7. And I didn't think our intention was to have 8 or 9 cars parked in the middle of Midland Avenue, when the intent was to get cars out of there to free up pedestrian movements. What I've noticed is, from walking back and forth a number of times, is if you're from Tempranillo, you're trying to cross the Heathers, you cannot see the oncoming traffic in the other lane, because it's blocked by vehicles in the middle of the road, and people are just randomly crossing anyways without using the crosswalk. So I think the solution you've come up with, as far as enforcing it in the evening hours, because people are just parking there, they're not just dropping and picking up to-goes, is the right answer. If it can't work, then I would suggest that, in light of the fact that we spent the amount of money we did with these improvements, that they should be enjoyed by the people that can walk around and enjoy them. But right now, it's difficult. And I'll sit there and watch it. It's not a good situation.
I feel like from an emergency services access point of view alone, it needs to be enforced in the sense of keeping people from parking there for long periods of time. Because, if you just look at it, there's nowhere else for a fire truck or an ambulance to go other than those loading zones.
I think the code's 14 feet.
I don't know about that, but
Yeah, I mean, if you're parking in the loading zone, then it can't be used for loading and unloading, which is what it's there for. It's including all the people, who need to get dropped off. I'm sensitive to the musicians who are in Heathers. They got to load in and out their gear.
they can do that. I don't think there's a problem with
Yeah,
that.
no, but I'm saying, I don't want people parking in those spots and they can't load out
Right.
or load in. I mean, as a drummer carrying gear around, I mean, if you got to carry a gear a block, I mean, that's like a lot of trips. So that's why loading zone's there. So we should absolutely enforce it.
I was just looking for some sort of, consensus that what I'm doing is really what we should be doing, and if they need to course correct, then we could course
Makes
correct.
sense.
So this should be aware if there's some complaints, then that's,
Give them tickets. I saw some, it was awesome. I drive out all the time, and when you drive through a tunnel of cars, it's a pain in the butt. It's not.
appreciate
it's still early too. You know, it's still early. It hasn't gone a whole summer. It's like people will get used to it. They just, you know, if it's not known right away, they'll be educated.
Right, right.
Word will spread.
Well, it's good, you know, the businesses have liked the enforcement. I've got a lot of good feedback. We are gonna have Chris Matera survey the merchants on Midland. I mean, that's really one of the reasons we did it to begin with, was support our businesses. So when we get that feedback, we'll share it at the time. So, okay, that's all I have, so thank you.
All right. Thanks, Doug. Next, we'll go into our presentations. Our first one is item 6A, Confluence Early Childhood Education, Strong Start, Bright Future Campaign Information with Maggie Tiscornia. Am I saying that right?
Yes, you
All
said
right.
it perfectly.
Great.
Should I sit or
Yes,
stand?
Have a seat. Yeah, get
Okay.
comfortable.
Just talking to the mic.
Okay. Get a little closer. Okay. All right. Thank you, Mayor, councilors, and staff. Good evening. Thank you for having me here to talk to you about our ballot initiative for more affordable, accessible early childhood education from Parachute to Aspen. I'm Maggie Tiscornia. You said my name well. That doesn't always happen. It's a tough one. I have been leading the Confluence Early Childhood Education Coalition for a little over 2 years now. And the coalition has been a cross-section of leaders from education, nonprofits, parent leaders, business leaders from Parachute to Aspen who've been working since 2017 to improve access and affordability of early care and education for children ages birth to 5. And we're excited to say we are now officially on this November's ballot with a ballot initiative called Strong Start, Bright Future for our kids. I'm a parent of 2 little ones. I have a 2-year-old and a 4-year-old. And so just to come to this work as a parent navigating the challenges of working full-time and securing reliable and affordable childcare. And have come to really just appreciate and understand the critical importance of this window of birth to 5, at this age window for our kids and setting them up for success and how critical that is, and then, you know, for the well-being of our families, our communities, our economy, really at every level. Next slide. So thank you to this council and the town for all of the support that you all have given to this issue. So I don't really have to explain this too much, I don't think, but just briefly, really why we're focused on this birth to 5 age range is because we know from extensive research just how access for kids to quality early childhood care and education sets them up to be better prepared for kindergarten, to read earlier, to live healthier lives, to have better developed life skills, to go on to attend college and earn higher wages. So really just at every stage, they're set up for better success. So it's just absolutely critical for our kids to have this access. And then, of course, we know that parents who have access to reliable and safe childcare means that they can effectively engage in the workforce and keep our businesses going, our hospitals, our schools, really critical community infrastructure for our communities as a region. Next slide. So unfortunately, we don't have the access and affordability that we would like to see in the region. So we have licensed staffed capacity for just 44% of our kids ages birth to 5. And it's most severe for infant and toddler care, the shortage, and in the Colorado River Valley, which is closer to 29%. It's also, if families are fortunate enough to get a spot, it's extremely expensive and unaffordable for most working families, with the median tuition for 2 kids in care between $2,500 and $3,800 per month.
an average of $17,000 per year for one kid, higher than CU Boulder tuition. So it's just incredibly expensive. It's also on the flip side, it's extremely expensive to establish and operate childcare programs. So it's difficult for our providers to retain and recruit staff, and have our teachers living livable wages, or having livable wages, and to cover that cost is extremely difficult. Next slide. So we are committed to taking a regional approach to this issue because we know that our working families are crossing county and municipal lines every day on their commutes, and we want to see them have options and the possibility of choosing whether they can find care closer to home, closer to work, somewhere convenient in between, which we see, of course, in this region with a lot of our providers as kids getting dropped off on their commutes. And so we really want to see access improved throughout the region. Next slide. So the way that we've identified to do this in a regional way is through an early childhood special tax district, which is a type of special district that was authorized by the state legislature in 2019. And we would, if this passes, it would be the first such type of district in the state. And it would encompass all of Garfield County, all of Pitkin County, and this portion of Eagle County that's in the Roaring Fork School District. Next slide. So in terms of what the service district would fund, it's really envisioned to tackle accessibility and affordability. So tuition assistance to help families afford care, grants to providers to help increase the number of slots available, to make quality improvements, improve teacher wages and teacher supports, outreach and navigation of services to make sure that families are finding the care that meets their needs, and then admin costs and evaluation of the program. I just want to note that the district is not intended to establish and operate childcare programs, but rather fund and coordinate with the programs and providers that are already doing amazing work, and really get that funding out the door as efficiently as possible to support our providers and families. Next slide. So the plan proposes a 0.25% sales tax to fund the program. It would exclude the essential everyday items of gas, groceries, medications, diapers, feminine hygiene products. So all of that would be exempted, and the tax would raise an estimated $10 million annually. The district would be overseen by a voter-elected 5-member board of directors, and each of them would represent a geographical portion of the district that you can see on that seat map. Next slide. So yeah, that's where we are. We are just thrilled to be finally going to ballot after working on this for so many years, and officially launching our campaign, Strong Start, Bright Future for our kids. We also had to get through a lot of legal hoops to get to this point. We got unanimous votes of approval from all 3 boards of county commissioners in March, from Garfield, Pitkin, and Eagle counties. And we gathered over 1,000 signatures in May and filed with the district court in June and had our public hearing at the end of July to officially get on the ballot. So that's how we got to where we are. So I'd love to hear your questions. I also, we would love for you to consider an endorsement of the ballot measure, and if not as a council, as individuals.
Well, congratulations for getting this far.
Thank you.
Thanks for all the info, and I'd be supportive of doing that, a resolution. But any questions or comments the rest of the board have? Oh.
One comment, talking with you guys, District 4 is our area, and we haven't had anybody that's expressed any interest, or have we, in running for that seat?
I did check with the designated election official said we do have someone who has self-nominated for seat 4, and it's Jason Schraub from Habitat for Humanity.
Okay, great. one other quick one was, trend we're seeing a little bit is that the mid-level professionals are going home to raise a family because they're finding it difficult to do it in the Roaring Fork Valley or in the I-70 corridor. And that's a big talent drain for future leaders, this resource for elected officials and management that we need to operate in the businesses we have. So when you have a young couple say, well, we're going to go back to Michigan because we want to raise a family, it really hits you where it hurts. So we want to try to hopefully keep them here. But we'll see. 100% behind a very strong resolution to support this.
Thanks, Rick.
Thank you.
Are you guys only supporting physical facilities, or are at-home care able to be supported by you guys too?
It would support the mixed delivery system that we have in place, so home-based, school-based, private, nonprofit, all of the range of providers we have.
I just feel like sometimes it gets it has to be in this one structure, so I appreciate you covering all the bases.
Yeah, thank you for that question.
No, that's awesome. I, of course, support it.
Yeah, this is something I've been a part of the coalition for, and something I hear a lot from friends who, have been married a couple years and have stable housing, but they can't afford to pay $1,700 a month, so they're holding off on having a kid, even though they're really excited about being a mom, and even though finances are a part of the equation, I feel like they're becoming a disproportionate part of the equation for young families here. And I feel like there are so many anecdotes of, I used to share I talked to this one woman who called Blue Lake to get on the preschool waiting list before calling her husband to tell him she was pregnant. And I've said that a couple times now, and I've had multiple women come up to me and be like, no, I did that too. I think we should have a system that is functional enough that you can tell your husband first. So I'm really supportive of this, tackling affordability, tackling the quantity of spots that we have available, and fully support it.
Thank you.
Is there any idea, just this is out of curiosity, of the percentage of the revenue that this would generate every year that would go to each of these 4 categories: tuition assistance, grants, outreach, evaluation, and admin?
While we will have recommendations for the board, it will be up to the board to determine that that proportion that would go to
Because I can see
each.
the tuition assistance need and want being overwhelmingly high, and but same with the grants to providers, and so it's just,
I know.
it'll be interesting to see how it shakes out.
Yeah.
And then
It really
further, how is
is-
the tuition assistance decided? Is it just purely an income and need-based scale, and what qualifications are taken into account? And
The way that the service plan is written now, it's based on income and family size. The board could decide to add to that requirements, but that's a sliding scale tuition assistance program is how it's
Yeah.
envisioned to be. And you just can't tackle affordability without also addressing capacity. You can't just do capacity, build a center, and not deal with how are we going to staff it, how is it going to be affordable for families. So it's really going to be a mix of all of these things, and it needs to be nuanced enough to address our differing needs throughout the region, since we know
Yeah.
it can look different.
And is it right that the vast majority would go towards tuition subsidies kind of as projected in the service plan, even though the board can determine the exact amounts?
It's how the sample, budget is written, but it will be up to the board. They could change that.
We also hear how difficult it is to open a daycare. Small, 8 kids, 10 kids, and get licensed and have trained staff and a place to do it, whether it's in a home or wherever. And it's so formal to try to get through that process. A lot of people are discouraged, and they do it on the sidelines, right? Which is what happens. So some of this, I hope, goes to, looking at the regulatory issues and helping people streamline that a little bit so they can actually open one.
Yes, licensing assistance is one way. I think we can also tackle capacity, as well as looking at the staffing side,
Good.
and advocacy for our providers to the state level.
All right. Well, thanks for coming out and talking to us, and yeah, we're happy to support, it sounds like, and yeah, so we'll be in touch, I guess, or we'll figure that out as far as, you're kind of our point of contact, okay?
Yeah.
So,
Right.
yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks, Maggie.
All right, next up, we have item 6B, Picken County update presentation on the Whitewater Park. James and Lisa Tasker. Come on, you can come up.
Thank you. Yeah, we do have Lisa Tasker here this evening from Picken County, as well as Sam from Blue Green Architects, Landscape Architects. They are here to give an update on the Whitewater Park improvements that Picken County would like to make this fall.
Hi, good evening. Yeah, Lisa Tasker. We've been here before in front of you guys. I am with the Picken County Healthy Rivers Program. And I'm here, as we just said, with Sam Balcom. He's actually got a very quick sort of review, because I feel like really we've already presented this entire plan to you guys a few times. And nothing has changed, but what has really changed is that we now are under contract, and we are very excited that we are all set to start this project after a number of years of really, trying to get it going. During COVID, we went ahead and put an RFP out, and we had people that were interested, but no one put a bid in. So we've been through some different iterations of this. So we're very excited to really get to this last piece of the Whitewater Park, which is going to be a huge improvement to that very empty, steep bank that is right next to the park. And Sam's going to go ahead and just kind of go through his slides that are in the packet and just give you a quick review of what it's going to look like. And also, the main thing is tonight is we'd really just like to be here to answer any questions. And we'll also give you a little bit of I'll just tell you right now, the schedule right now is set for starting September 2nd, and the end date is November 27th. So for the fall, and then in the spring, we're going to do the landscaping and the irrigation. And that is basically a month-long process. It starts the first part of April and ends the first part of May. That's the Gould Construction's schedule right now. And we just got an update yesterday on that, so that's very new. All right, go ahead, Sam.
Sure, thank you. So I think James did a great job of itemizing the program. So we'll get to that on the plan, but I mean, it's seating and viewing areas. We've reconfigured the parking a bit, accommodating ADA, the requisite drainage improvements, and then we have a restroom at the top, and then of course the landscaping and the irrigation. And just as a reminder, it's not just a park. There is a method to the madness here, and it's.
Do you want to show that for them, or?
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, this is it.
Oh, this is it. Okay,
Yeah,
sorry.
yes. So the
there it
goal-
is. All right, great. So you're rolling through. Great.
And so everyone can see this, but just to reiterate, the goal is to improve user experience and access to the Whitewater Park. But this also increases the recreational use. And that's an important component and requirement of the associated water right. So this just connects everything back to Pitkin County Attorney's Office that started this, my goodness, 2006? I mean, the vision for this. So this has been a long time coming, and it's a benefit for everyone. Park experience, water use, preservation of water into the future, which is amazingly important. So we're able to achieve this in a really fun way that further benefits the community. So if we flip to the next slide, this is where we are. We're on Two Rivers Road. And we have completed the boardwalk on the right side and the revamped boat ramp there at the end. So this is the last piece that really connects the two existing wave features that you see there by the mouse. It's a trail. We're adding shade. We're adding benches, we're adding seating, we're adding segments of a boardwalk, and then a concrete pedestrian trail that connects, starting at the parking lot on the left. We have our accessible parking. We have a bike rack. We do have a future changing and restroom on the far left. And this is a connecting all the way down to the existing boardwalk that you see on the lower right of your screen there. The next couple of sheets, these again are unchanged, but they're still fun to look at. It's an interactive park. It's scalable. When there's no one there, it's not going to feel empty. But when there are people there, it's going to kind of scale appropriately, if you will. It's a wall of beams, a farmer's beam stone that people can sit on. It's kind of like Red Rocks, but a little cooler. In that respect, you can picnic, you can bird watch, you can watch people in the water, all of the above and more. So a flexible space. We have a couple of segments of boardwalk. This is going to tie into that existing boardwalk section that's already been completed. And then the last sheet, jumping down to materiality, it's very much of the place. We've got the wooden boardwalk. We have some gabion seating, just really straightforward gravel materials and concrete for the trail, because it's all about durability, usability, low maintenance, and of the place. So at this time, we're happy to answer questions. I think Lisa hit on the important part, which is it's starting the day after Labor Day and it's finishing mid-spring. So we're super excited to be back in front of you all and talking about this.
As far as like kind of the diagrams, it looks like nothing is built higher than the split rail fence, which is
Exactly.
good.
Yes.
So as far as that kind of view plane, everything's going to be there below still.
Correct. What we are doing, it's very much below. We're carving out some of that with this wall and the soil nail wall so that you can have an appropriate experience down there without the noise of traffic or even by cyclists going past. The intent is to make it comfortable for everyone, enhancing that pedestrian and vehicular circulation separation.
That's cool. Rick?
You mentioned soil nail wall,
Yes.
so you had asked prior to have the road moved over to be able to lay it back. And have you figured out that it needs a soil nail wall to retain the slope in order to construct it? Is that a new addition? Because I didn't hear soil nails before.
It has been in and out of the project over the years. So it's not new in that sense. I think as everyone knows, the road is shifted. We're in a great spot there. The soil nail wall is going to effectively retain the road and all of that soil so that this can be added.
So will that make that space available, that additional width, open for parking, or for how will that fit into the project since you're going vertical with a wall?
Sure. So not necessarily for parking, but if we go back a couple of slides and look at these sections, what it allows us to do is have the stacked beam walls, the planting areas, and the trail.
So the beam wall's in front of the soil nail?
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the bottom right there is the visual. So you're not using that whole 14 or 15 extra feet you got?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
So will that be landscaped?
It will. Yeah, it will be landscaped. The soil nail wall allows us to basically drop the park. Otherwise, we're looking at the angle that's required, and it would just make the space so narrow. It wouldn't be an effective use.
Okay. Who's the contractor?
Gould.
Gould.
All right.
Is there any other adjustment to the wave? Or is the wave done?
No, not at this point, no, not
Okay.
during this project.
any future adjustment to it, or is it's pretty much set?
We have engaged a number of folks to get feedback, and that's an ongoing conversation always. So, and we still have the same contractor and engineers, River Restoration, they're still involved, and they're still part of that conversation. So it's an ever-evolving thing, and it does tend to happen that at RISIDs, at whitewater parks, there are slight adjustments that tend to be made over time because you're dealing with an active river.
Of course.
Yep. So yeah, I hope that helps, Ryan, but yeah.
I was reading both lanes of traffic open the majority of the time. What kind of impact are we looking at for the road? As far as any using the road itself, any closures, et cetera?
Its impacts have been minimized. To your point, we're maintaining the use of the lanes at all times. I think
okay.
From time to time, there may be heavy machinery that's moving something, but this is not going to really
nothing like
disrupt,
okay.
or shut it down for any extended period of time.
And Gould is very much aware of that issue too. So.
Okay.
Yep.
Any other questions? Well, keep us posted as we get into the fall.
Yeah. No, this is amazing. You have no idea. I mean, this is made this many years. It's a phenomenal thing. And the price got doubled, and that was our last trip up. But we managed to get past that.
Knock on wood for that.
I know, exactly. So thank you all very much. Appreciate your time.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Next up, we have item 6C, which is our second quarter financial review with Doug. Putting on his finance director hat.
All right, changing seats here. Same hat, no hat. So here we go. Pull this up. So as consistent with past quarterly presentations, this first page you'll see is simply a graphical illustration of all our elements of income and expense. In the blue is our sales tax, red is property tax, and then we have our cats and dogs of revenue expense represented in the lower percentages. To the right is the expenses of the general fund. You'll see the Public Works Police lead the way. There's basically half the expenditures of the general fund, followed by administration and planning. This is, again, just graphically illustrating those expenses. We go to the next page. Just a couple comments here. Again, in the packet, it's very small print, so it's hard to see. I can always give you the bigger version here if you guys want it. But a couple of things I wanted to point out. The sales tax, if you look at our number currently through the first 6 months, we were at $3,419,000. That's the general fund portion. Last year, 2024, we were at $3,419,000. So we are dead even to last year. And we had budgeted a 4% increase in sales tax. So we are tracking a miss. And I've said that a couple different times. So we're going to go ahead and book that as something that's going to likely happen for the calendar year 2025. So that's just headline. Secondly is that can we make up some of this revenue? I believe we will, and that you'll see here on the restricted permits, we're tracking 325, where we were at 314 a year ago. We only had budgeted 325. The reason we're exceeding budget is that the permits for the BCC project were pulled in January, and we had contemplated in the budget them being pulled in December. So that timing difference created a favorable variance for us this year. That's going to help eliminate, or I don't say eliminate, lessen the impact of the miss, if you will, on what we have on sales tax. So, moving down on the revenue side, we're pacing a little bit better. Just go down a little bit further, James, if you would. Bless you, whoever sneezed.
Thank you.
Interest, we are still pacing a pretty good number on interest. We have less revenue. Rates are coming down, I believe we'll hit 8. We may have some bit of a surplus or an interest, but long story short here, make a long story longer, I think we'll have a slight miss on revenue, principally because the sales tax is going to be off of our budget. Now, on the expense side, we don't have an issue with our payroll. We're running a vacancy savings right now about 225 for the first 6 months, so we're running a nice vacancy savings. I don't see any operating expenses that are being distressed. There are a few hot spots, but nothing that's too alarming, and we won't be able to make up in some of the other areas. CapEx is pacing budget, so I'm not terrifically worried about that. And debt service, we have very little to deal with there, so I don't think from my standpoint, the miss, if you will, is the more concerning part is revenue versus expense. I think the expense can be managed. If you were really looking at this, you'll see that our administrative expenses are at 52%. That's actually going to be lower when we look at this, because right here, Public Works is only pacing 16,000. I noticed when we were doing this that all of the payroll expense for Justin being added was tagged to the administrative section and not Public Works. So I have made that adjustment, but not until July. So when you look at these numbers in July, the Public Works variance, so year-to-year variance, is like way off. That will catch up with Justin being added, but he didn't start till like April, I think it was. So anyway, I just thought I'd share that with you guys. And then last but not least here on this slide of note is that we started the year with just under 30 million. During the first 6 months of the year, we have added 2 million. And this is my proof that that number is accurate, because I just take all the sum of the various changes in the fund balances. I adjusted for the changes in working capital, being accounts receivable and payables. I did have a little plug number there of $9,600 to true up that number. So all in all, headline here is that we're pacing. I think we're going to have a slight miss. We are going to have a miss on the budget, because, we had initially budgeted expenses in excess of revenue of 390,000. Just go down a little bit here, James, on this slide. That was originally 390, but as we amended the budget to provide $500,000 for the contribution to the Basalt Park, we made that budget adjustment. I know that, and Joe, you and I were chatting about this, whether we can make that up. I think we'll make some of it up, but I don't believe we're going to make it all up. I really don't. Given it's August and the way things are tracking, I don't necessarily see that happening. It may, still 4 months, but I don't think that's going to be what we see. All right, any questions on the general fund before I move on to the next slide, which is...
So you're saying that, revenues, are probably not going to be able to close that gap,
Right.
but our expenditures are in good shape, it looks like, and
Right. So the question is, we're going to have $1 million less in expenditures than we had budgeted.
yeah.
And I don't think that's likely. We'll get some relief in vacancy savings. And I don't think we're going to get $1 million.
Anything that we need to do or look at as far as how we're spending this year?
Well, I think for the council's decision, I don't necessarily think there's anything actionable here at this point.
Okay.
But I will spend a little bit more time here, the next couple of weeks here, you're going to be making a decision here about the town manager, so I'll hopefully have some more time to work on this on the other side of the house, so.
Yeah.
So anyway,
Thanks.
next slide is the restricted fund. Again, this is just graphically illustrating our elements of income. Really, this is simply taxes and REITs. We got a big contribution this year at REITs. All this green stuff is REITs, and this is taxes. And if you go to let's go to the next slide here, James. You'll see here, taxes are really tracking. Tobacco, lodging, pacing pretty well with our budget and our prior year numbers. What the aberrant thing here is, frankly, our REITs. There's been a fair amount of turnover in homes in Willits that's generating some pretty good sized REITs for us. Also, when we are budgeting Lake Modern, We can also call this Cypress Meadows Lake Modern, but the Rita on the Lake Modern, we only budgeted the pre-sold houses when we were doing the budget back in November. And there's been a lot more sold than the pre-sold, so there's been a lot of activity. In fact, if you look at these numbers, there's probably about $780,000 of RETA being generated by the sale of the RETA comes through on a Park Modern or a Lake Modern. It's 2% really. 1% goes to Willits, and 1% goes to what we're calling Lake Modern. 3/4 of that 1% is for affordable housing, and the other quarter is for public transportation. So it's a pretty good number. And say with the turnover in Willits in general, we're far exceeding what the budgeted number was for the year. So it'd be nice if this was representative of the general fund, but it is of the restricted fund. And there's no, I looked through these expenses, there's nothing here in distress. There's no other outliers. I think post will be, everything's pretty much tracking. So I think at the end of the day, we will be putting up a surplus of revenue over expenses in the restricted fund. I think that's pretty much going to happen. Okay, and then rounding third here, going to the last home stretch here. Bond fund, this is just our collection of other funds. Bond fund is simply in and out. This is where the mill levy is for the debt service for the two bonds that we have, the taxable and tax exempt bonds that were issued for Midland, affordable housing, and the green initiatives. So that's almost impossible to miss that number. So you got 950 in, 950 out. Capital Construction Fund, this is a cash basis report for essentially the cash basis report. I think when Catherine finishes up with the Midland project and kind of this is streetscape, we'll do a final accounting of that, but that's tracking what we've said all along. There's no surprises coming in that regard. What's different here, and it's noteworthy, is this area right here, this general and administrative expenses. When we were investing the bond proceeds, we took that tax exempt bond out, and we basically were paying a little less than 1%. And we were earning, as you know, some points up to 4% on our money. And there's a limitation on how much we can earn on our tax exempt money. IRS has a limitation on, it's called an arbitrage. So you can only earn so much more than you're paying. Has not been an issue, frankly, for any municipality for like probably the last decade because rates were zero. But as rates came up and investments were being made, and as we've issued that bond and what it was, 21, whatever it was like 1%, we were earning 4%. We did get clipped by that arbitrage provision. And we didn't have to pay it this year. We could have waited to 2027 to pay it. But I was speaking with Ellers, that's our investment banking firm that handles our COPs and our tax exempt bonds. Their recommendation was to pay it. I thought it was the thing to do because it stops the accruing of interest, which is basically at 4% right now, number one. Number two, 2027, I likely won't be here, and all the people that are involved with this won't even know what it was about. So I thought, just transparency about the whole thing. Lay it out now, just go ahead and pay it and be done with it, turn the page, and not fuss with it going forward. So that was the decision we made, and that's what we did, and that's why there's going to be a variance. And that will be when we do our budget amendment. That will be something that we call out as an amendment to the budget for the appropriation. So then, just rounding out the water fund, nothing remarkable here. Revenues tracking, actually it's a little higher because we did get tap fees on the BC application when it was pulled. Again, that was something that was budgeted in 2024, they hit in 2025, so it's showing a positive variance. It's really not operating variance, it's really my timing difference variance. Our expenses are in line across the board for admin, treatment, transmission supply, nothing remarkable to comment on. And then the last fund, just wrapping it up, is our Conservation Trust Fund. That's the rake off of when we pay a lottery ticket. There's a portion that goes to this fund. We get it. It's based on the demographics of the state, throughout the state. We have it. We have money associated with this project, and we have budgeted money for the work on the cemetery that Justin and Trevor are working on the irrigation project for the cemetery. So all in all, I think we're in pretty good shape. There's a few weak spots on the revenue, but I think given all of the uncertainty we've had this year in the market in general, Liberation Day and all that kind of stuff, I think I think we could be in a worse spot, frankly. And we're not self-inflicting any wounds by overspending. I mean, a few hot spots, but nothing terrifically out of bounds. So, any questions? Yeah, Ryan.
Yeah, is that tobacco number right?
Tobacco number, right?
We're like double. We're currently double where we were last year. So people are just.
Is it? No, it's, I have 324 versus 298.
Oh, okay. It has 628 on there, so.
I'm sorry?
What I'm looking
Flip
at.
back to that slide.
It's on page 85.
Here, go back.
Very good.
298 versus 324?
Well, it says 628, that's all.
Oh, you're talking about expenses?
Oh yeah, expenditure, the tobacco. Oh, that's our, yeah, I see what you're saying.
You know why? Because we were hung up. Remember, we were going to spend all that money to the Roaring Fork School District for the bleachers and all that
Yeah.
work at the school, and they couldn't accept the money. Remember, because they would have to do some sort of change in the I don't know, floor plan or whatever. It was not. I know exactly. I'm not doing a good job articulating it, Jeff.
Oh, that makes sense. I remember we stopped that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Basically, the project can't go forward, right?
Right.
So,
Right. Right.
Okay.
Well, we are spending the money now.
Cool.
So, and we are tracking revenue. So, anyway, there you go.
Any other questions?
Real quick, you mentioned the Ritas and Willets, 0.75%, and that goes to affordable housing, and there was a quarter going somewhere else.
Public transportation.
Yeah, and then the other 1% goes to Willets. Is that defined as Willets improvements,
Willets, and
capital?
that's split
Willets
with Taka.
Lane, Willets
split.
Lane, Taka. So are there other Ritas that are set up the same way? And do we know, in the interest of this question we have to go to the voters with in November, have we identified all of our affordable housing revenue streams? Like that one, I didn't recall the 0.75%, and that has turned out to be a pretty good value-added proposition down there, it sounds like. And then what others are out there that may have that same opportunity that we,
The Basalt River Park Rita
Basalt River
also
Park.
has that.
And Roaring Fork Club has a Rita.
Roaring Fork Club has a Rita. I don't believe that that's specific for affordable housing.
But it's general.
General community
enough.
benefit.
so could we kind of look at those?
Yeah, we-
Could you made a point earlier, Doug, I think, about looking at other,
I think the problem with Ritas is
Lots.
that they're not reliable.
Well, it's transactional base. I mean,
yeah,
the-
but
the-
there are going to be transactions,
Right.
and there's going to be future growth, and there's going to be a lot
I
of
look at
things.
this, frankly, as revenue. This right here is recurring revenue you can bank on. I think over here is transactional. And so in transactional revenue, I think you use mainly for capital projects, not necessarily operating projects. That would be.
So that would be 2E or parcel
Um,
9 or whatever they are.
Maybe- Let me do this. I mean, there's like 30 different, there's like 32 different
Right, right.
restricted funds. And, there's a lot of noise going through here, but a lot of it just boils down to, you saw the graphical illustration, it's Ritas and then sales tax. So all of these impact funds and all that, it's not generating a lot of yield. But I can take back,
Yeah, I just think it's a good exercise for going forward with this ballot question, to
Right.
look at what we have on the books, and including what's on the books now in the survey.
sure. I don't have that right now, but
No, anytime,
Right.
end of the year, whenever you want to do it.
I'll get it. Okay.
And then some of that RETA for affordable housing help offset the purchases we made at
It did.
BCC? Okay.
Absolutely, because remember the RETA, the BCC purchase was like 2,380,000, and I believe we've got right now about 80% of the purchase price covered by looking at our various RETAs.
Okay.
So I feel, and that's only growing. I mean, they're still, we still got the whole year to go, maybe at least 6 months to go.
'Cause didn't we use some general fund for that?
No.
Or at least, no, it was all just
Right.
RETA.
Right. The idea was that if we had some shortage, that we would issue a certificate of participation. and that we would secure the certificate of participation with the rent that we'd receive on the rental of the 6 units. So I think that is solid. I don't think that's at all at risk. Yeah. It'd be nice if the whole thing's covered, but, yeah, and it might be.
Thank you.
So,
What?
thanks.
Okay.
Anything else? All right.
All right.
Dismiss, back to your other chair.
Back to the other chair.
All right, next up, we have our council actions. Item 7A, a public hearing and resolution number 37, series of 2025 resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Basalt, Colorado, approving a preliminary subdivision review, preliminary plan review, and associated development review actions for the Jadwin Black Mountain development at 431 Emma Road, Basalt, Colorado. And James, this one's yours.
Yeah, thank you. We have the applicants here this evening. We've got Michael Forrest and we've got Ramsey Fulton of Building Seed Architects. As the mayor noted, this is a public hearing on an application submitted by Jadwin Park LLC, and they're requesting preliminary plan PUD and associated land use actions for the development of 64 dwelling units, 12 commercial lodging cabins, and approximately 4 acres of open space. As background, the applicants received sketch plan approval in September of 2023, and they're in a PUD process that requires 3 rounds of review by the P&Z and Town Council. They're in the second round of review, which is the preliminary plan phase, where the details of the sketch plan concepts are further refined. The application also includes an annexation, and the initial eligibility for the annexation was determined at the sketch plan review. This evening, staff will present a refresher on the application and highlight the most significant discussion items that have been identified for preliminary plan, and then staff suggests considering applicant comments, taking public comments, and providing council discussion. As I noted, there's a resolution in your packet for consideration. The property subject to the application is about 9 acres, and it's just west of the post office, as you can see here. It's on Emma Road, and it's partially in Pickens County and partially in Eagle County. Here's the county line running through it. It contains a single-family residence and a mobile home, and it's currently being used by the town, or most recently being used by the town, as a laydown area for the Midland Avenue construction that took place. And it's also located within the urban growth boundary. The portion proposed to be developed is completely in the urban growth boundary. There's this dog leg, but that was taken out of the application at the sketch plan level. The preliminary plan application, as I noted, is for 64 dwelling units, kind of in the central and eastern portion of the property, and they're proposed to be a mix of flats and townhomes. And then there's 12 commercial lodging cabins that were also part of the sketch plan review. And then there's 4 acres of open space with a primitive trail to make its way down to the river, as you can see here. They're also proposing to extend the bike trail that currently goes by the post office that's detached from Emma Road, and they're proposing to take it to the western extent of the Jadwin property. Of the 64 dwelling units, 32 are proposed to be deed restricted as category dwelling units or primary resident units. In addition, the applicant has proposed 20 first tracks units, and this was discussed a little bit at the sketch plan level. These are units that are essentially market rate units, but they're to be offered exclusively to locals that have lived in the Roaring Fork Valley between Aspen and Glenwood for the first 90 days that they're offered for sale, or if they're offered for rental for the first 30 days, they're offered for rental. You may also remember that there was a glamping portion of the project that was proposed at the sketch plan level. That was removed at the sketch plan level at the direction of council, and so that's not part of the preliminary plan application. The applicants can go into more detail about the preliminary plan project. It should also be noted that they're proposing to provide $700,000 in community benefit contribution, which was also part of the sketch plan approvals. Staff had identified a series of discussion items that are on the front page of your staff memo. These items were reviewed by the Basalt Affordable Community Housing Commission, as well as the Planning and Zoning Commission. And so staff will go over some of the most significant items and give a staff update on those. The first being the consistency with the land uses in the master plan. As I noted, the applicants have proposed for 32 of the total units to be either category units or there's also 8 resident occupied units that are part of the project. And that is consistent with what was included at the sketch plan level, and it exceeds the 20% of required units from the town's code, as well as it exceeds 25% of the square footage, which is also from the town code, in that they're proposing 35% of the square footage to be deed restricted units. Regarding consistency with the master plan, there are a series of goals and objectives from the master plan that are in your memo that staff believes are applicable to the proposed project. The P&Z generally felt that many of the master plan's goals and objectives related to affordable housing and attainable housing, as well as preservation of open space and connectivity, were furthered by the proposal. As the proposal more than satisfies the town's housing requirements and it's near transit, and it has services within the urban growth boundary. Additionally, the mix of uses proposed is consistent with the future land use map. This is an excerpt from the future land use map that include medium density residential, and then it also had a short-term rental or lodging component here in the purple area, and then it identified open space on the northern portion of the property. Other discussion items included the First Tracks units. As I noted, the First Tracks units was a program of 20 units that the applicants added at the sketch plan level to add more benefit to the project in discussions with the council. These units, as I noted, are essentially market rate units without price or appreciation caps, but they would be offered exclusively for 90 days for sale to people that have lived in the valley for 1 year to purchase before being offered to everybody else. In addition, when the units turn over in the future, that offer requirement would also be applicable. The Planning and Zoning Commission and BOC were supportive of the First Tracks concept. They thought it added some community benefit above and beyond the deed restricted units that were part of the proposal. Other discussion items included the occupancy priorities that the applicants are proposing. The occupancy priorities for the deed restricted units are on page 2 of your packet materials, and you see them here on the screen. Essentially, most of the organizations that are proposed in the first occupancy priority are organizations that are in the town's first priority. Basically, the difference would be that Aspen Valley Ski Club, as well as the Forest Service, would be promoted into the first level or tier of the waterfall of priorities, according to the applicant's proposal. That was a discussion item for the P&Z as well as BOC, Ultimately, Bach and the P&Z felt that adding those two entities was acceptable, and so it's been included as a draft condition in your resolution. Other topics for consideration include the transportation improvements that are required. At the sketch plan, it was determined that several transportation improvements were necessary to effectively accommodate the development. Specifically, there was a requirement to add a dedicated right turn lane on Emma Road for traffic traveling down Valley at the Emma Road Midland Avenue intersection. And as part of the sketch plan proposal, the applicant's engineers came up with two potential options for that right turn lane. A longer option, which pushed it kind of back past the driveway to the existing single-family house on the corner. And then a second option, which was a shorter option that didn't push it past the driveway. In reviewing these options as part of the preliminary plan application, the town engineer and public works director, as well as CDOT, were supportive of the longer option one, but the fire district had some concerns about that and were actually more supportive of the shorter option two. Staff did reach out to CDOT because it's in their right-of-way. And CDOT, as I noted, favored the option one, but felt that there was some tapering issues related to the design. And so they've asked the applicant to go back and do some adjustments to the tapering issues. And so staff has included a condition that before the final plan review, that the applicant's engineer look at making those adjustments. Additionally, the Planning and Zoning Commission reviewed it and recommended that there be a plan for pedestrians at this intersection as part of the final plan review. And so that's been included as a draft condition in your resolution. Other transportation improvements that were noted from the sketch plan included adjustment to the turning radius and dimensions of this access to Emma Road coming off the slip lane to Highway 82. And so basically what they did is square it off and improve the turning radius. And that was proposed at the sketch plan level. CDOT reviewed that and was accepting of that adjustment. And also the fire district reviewed that adjustment and felt it was appropriate. And so that's been included in the conditions of approval. The applicants have proposed a fair share reimbursement scenario where they install the improvements and get reimbursed by the neighboring property if it ever redevelops in the future for their fair share of the costs. And so that's been included in the draft conditions. Other topics for consideration included the parks, open space, and trails aspects of the proposal. As was noted, the glamping portion of the project was removed as part of the sketch plan, so it no longer is part of the project. The preliminary plan includes the extension of the bike trail, as was noted along Emma Road, which was one of the Parks, Open Space, and Trails Committee's recommendations. They're also proposing the 4 acres of passive open space that includes the trail to the river. It is required in the conditions, and it was a requirement at the sketch plan level, that the trail be field fit because there are a variety of Euclides tress orchids in the field, and so those are protected. So they need to field fit the trails so as not to disturb those. In addition, they're proposing a landscaped berm along the roadway between the project and the trail. This was a recommendation of the Parks, Open Space, and Trails Committee at the sketch plan, and so the applicant looked at the potential to add that and found that it fit well, and so they've incorporated it in their plan. And so as part of the preliminary plan review, the Parks, Open Space, and Trails Committee reviewed the project and felt it was consistent with their recommendations that they made at the sketch plan level. Other consideration include the floodplain and floodway. The Colorado Water Conservation Board, which is CWCB, has been remapping the floodplain and floodway throughout Eagle County. And so the floodplain shown in the application, and you can see it on this drawing right here, it kind of goes like this. And then this is the floodway. Those lines are being changed through a LOMAR, a letter of map revision with FEMA, and that was an effort by the Colorado Water Conservation Board, and they've coordinated with the town's hydrologist, who is Robert Crable of Matrix Design. And so CWCB has submitted this LOMAR to FEMA, and the LOMAR is in the kind of final stages of its review with FEMA. And so staff has included a condition in the draft resolution that would require this adjustment to the floodplain before the applicant could get any development permits on the project. But as I noted, it is in kind of the final stages of review with FEMA. Other topics for consideration include that the applicant has requested a fee waiver from the water tap fees in exchange for dedication of their water rights on the property. The town's water attorney has reviewed this, and he's provided a letter that's in your packet in the referral comments. The letter recommends against waiving the tap fees because he indicates that he doesn't think it provides a significant amount of benefit to the town because it would have to be go through the court system to make it usable to the town, the water rights that would be dedicated. It is the town's policy to require dedication of water rights through an annexation. So staff has included the dedication requirement, but based on the town water attorney's recommendation, we haven't included the water tap fee waiver in the draft conditions of approval. Finally, some other topics for consideration that were included in the referral comments. Basically, the first one is that Public Works and the town engineer have requested some changes to the utility plans with regards to the water lines and the drainage. The applicant's engineer has met with staff and made those adjustments according to the Public Works director and town engineer's request. And so those have been included in the revised application materials. Other referral topics that came up included topics by the police department. They raised the concern that the judicial boundary between the judicial boundaries runs directly with the county line that splits a couple of the units. It did split 7 of the units, and the applicants made some site plan adjustments to reduce that down to 3 of the units. And the town attorney, Jeff Conklin, did some more work with the district attorney's office. And basically the conclusion is that it won't impact the potential to prosecute crimes. It may impact and provide a little bit of confusion as to which district the crime occurs in, if there was a crime to occur in the units, but that wouldn't impact the ability to actually prosecute the crimes. And Jeff, maybe you can speak to that a little more if you've got any more comments
Sure.
on it.
This is an issue that comes up at like 7-Eleven, for example, that's on a county line. So basically, if you can reasonably determine where a crime is committed, you need to prosecute it in that jurisdiction. And so here, I think there's 3 garages and then bedrooms above them that would be in a different district. And so if there's a determination as to where the crime occurred and defendant says, no, it was actually in this part of the house, it creates a defense. And if that was successful, the charges would need to be refiled in a different district. So it's not a real material issue for the land use application. It's just something to be aware of as to how that might play out in these units.
And here are the 3 units that are impacted by that judicial line. These are 3 townhome units. As I noted, the applicant has adjusted the application and the site plan to get this cabin out of it, and also to make sure it didn't go through the multifamily units as well. Other topics for consideration at the preliminary plan level include the vested rights. The applicant has requested a 10-year vested rights period. The code standard for the town code is 3 years of vested rights, and the town has traditionally tried to keep vested rights pretty limited. There's a draft condition that includes a 7-year vested right period and a phasing plan for the public improvements. This was the P&Z's recommendation, kind of as a more limited potential for vested rights, but it also includes the potential for the applicants to come back and request an extension. So that represents the Planning and Zoning Commission's recommendation on vested rights. So this evening, staff would suggest hearing some additional comments and presentation from the applicants, and then asking questions of staff and the applicants, and taking public comments because it is a public hearing. And then you could provide council discussion. Staff has provided a resolution for consideration if you're comfortable reviewing that resolution. As I noted, we do have the applicants here this evening. We've got Michael Forrest and Ramsey Fulton.
Thanks, guys. Do you turn it over to you?
Thank you. I think I'm sharing. Hi, guys. Thanks, James. Many of you are very familiar with this project and were part of the sketch plan, but for the benefit of those in the public and new members here tonight, I just wanted to run you through kind of where we've been. So I'm going to kind of do that, and then we'll kind of get to discussing whatever topics come up. So for the benefit of council members and the public who might have not been following this project through the years, I want to briefly run you through the initial process that has landed us here today, starting with an idea that came about during the community visioning of 2019 and 2020. In mid-2020, the new owners of this property started master planning and development with our team after seeing the roadmap for community interest taking shape with the feedback and work sessions behind the 2020 master plan. The then draft master plan showed how this property, in conjunction with the neighboring Stotts parcel, could be incorporated into the town as a key parcel to support the community's growth, vitality, and need for housing that stabilizes community members at risk of displacement, including density recommendations, open space allocations, and appropriate land use designations within the property. Initial analysis proved that the largest challenge to realizing this goal was the limitations of the site constraints, including wetlands, floodplains, and utility easements. In December of that year, we prepared our first master plan package for staff to review and consider. This spawned into 2 more years of analysis, design studies, staff feedback, neighbor communications, utility, county, CDOT, fire department, and engineering feedback ahead of preparing for an annexation application. Jumping forward to the culmination of planning and outreach to neighbors and referral agencies, we arrived at our first formal planning application. Shown here for engagement in public hearings and public committee feedback, this opening opportunity include 68 residential units, 35% of which were affordable housing, which was above the code required 20%. It also included 12 fishing cabins as a hospitality offering and 7 glamping sites, plus amenities and recreation elements provided in the extensive open space north of the housing. In addition to that, it included a land designation of the area we call the dog leg for childcare. During sketch plan approvals, many topics of consideration were weighed and accommodations made. From improvements to fire access, police management concerns, traffic issues, architectural response, project density, and of course, the amount of affordable housing. Some of the most noteworthy accommodations at the request of the public, P&Z, and council include the following: a move to 64 residential units and an offering of 50% as affordable housing, which is once again above the code required 20% and the initial offering of 35%. On top of that, we introduced the First Tracks Housing Priority for Locals system, which as James explained, gives locals the first priority to receive for sale or for rent units. At this time, we also removed all 7 glamping sites, as well as mostly all improvements other than the trail access to the open space. We further agreed to a $700,000 gift to the town for community benefit as a better contribution to benefit the community than the land donation previously proposed. These items, along with the planned improvements along Emma Road and Midland Avenue, resulted in the sketch plan approval in February of 2024 by this group here. Bringing us to today's preliminary application with our recent refinements and requests. Before coming back to you today, we made adjustments per Roaring Fork Fire Rescue, Basalt Police, Parks and Open Space, referral agencies, including Picken and Eagle County. We also had a review, discussion, and approval with conditions presented by the Basalt Affordable Community Housing Commission and the Basalt Planning and Zoning Commission. Our proposal summary once again illustrates the development of 4 multifamily residential buildings with 2 two-story structures and 2 three-story structures, along with 12 single-standing and duplex townhomes, as well as 12 short-term rental river cabins operated as a single hotel with on-site management, as well as an extensive dedication to open space, lightly touched for river access and per the direction of post, wildlife and ecological consultants, and river hydrologists. Looking at the current application, a quick note on the continued consistency with the master plan. We're always circling back to see that this key parcel is being proposed in support of the community's vision and larger initiatives. This consistency was highlighted more thoroughly in James's packet to P&Z presented earlier this summer. For tonight, we'd be happy to discuss this with council as you desire. Next, as council members, I understand your desire to ensure the development community responds appropriately and respectfully to neighboring properties. So I will quickly review the cardinal directions of our boundaries and provide some context. To the east, you have a combination of Picken County and Eagle County lands, both of which have been considered in their current use by meeting with the property owners and identifying their concerns and needs. Through proposed plantings and fencings at the property edges, we have addressed neighboring concerns. This is accomplished while the general scale and density of the development reflects the future incorporation of this land into Basalt and the planned redevelopment as set forth in the 2020 master plan for community growth and continuity from the library and post office to this Jadwin property. To the west, you have a combination of Picken County and Eagle County, both of which are beyond the Basalt urban growth boundary, with uses intended to remain for the near future. In consideration of this neighboring low-density residential area, the low-impact and low-density river cabins are positioned and spaced out to focus the views, activity, and experience away from the neighbors to the west, while the densely wooded wetlands at the common property line create a natural buffer promoting peaceful enjoyment between the 2 properties with little to no visual and auditory connectivity. Nonetheless, a 6-foot privacy fence is proposed for increased privacy. To the north of the property, the land opens to native floodplains, the Roaring Fork River, prospective future greenway trails, and river habitat. After consulting with Colorado Wildlife Science and hearing public feedback, our approach to this natural frontage is to limit improvements and work to restore and maintain the existing open space. To the south of the property is the CDOT right-of-way, Emma Road, and Highway 82. In consideration of this, we propose an extension of the Emma Trail across the property's frontage from the current end of the trail for bikers and recreational use. To soften the massing of the structures from the highway view, we are planning a dense tree-lined frontage between the property and Emma Road, and implementing architectural articulations and tiering of the apparent massing to bring down the scale of the three-story structures. Lastly, through landscape berms and sound isolation techniques in the architectural walls and windows, we are addressing highway noise in consideration of the residents facing south. Now for a final note on architectural character. During prior council hearings, this project was described as important as it relates to the entry into Basalt. The design and building massing has subsequently reacted with intentional materials and breaks in the massing to accommodate this importance. The provided character sketches show the three-story building specifically articulated to lessen the apparent massing by stepping back third-story walls and roofs and shifting materials used as they address the frontage to the Basalt's entry from Highway 82. This tiering accompanied by pedestrian-level roofs and overhangs and the use of commonly seen regionally appropriate materials such as brick, weathered metals, and natural woods all play a part in our attempt to blend with the historic downtown and rural vernacular, while also creating a permanence to place with durable, lasting designs we are proud to showcase as a meaningful part of the community. This site massing diagram was presented at Sketch Design to this council group. It illustrates the proposed tiering down of both massing and density from the master plan's proposed annex lands to the east of this development, stepping down as it approaches the county lands to the west. This final illustration is a character sketch of the river cabins, consisting of low-density arrangement of 1- and 2-story cabin structures with a rural feel set across the pond from the housing. And with that, I'll turn the mic over to Michael Forrest to talk about some of the community housing and public benefits associated with our proposal tonight.
Thanks, Ramsey.
Yep.
Thank you, Council and James. Just wanted to highlight some of, where we are today with essentially 81% of the housing is deed restricted. That's 50% category and RO, and then that includes the deed restricted first tracks as well. Ramsey mentioned the $700,000 gift to the town, the improvements, and I just think overall, we've all, a lot of us in this room spent years and years on this project, and it's exciting to see where it's come, and I think it's a great project, and I know we spoke a lot, so I'll throw it to the council and the public for comments.
All right, well, thanks, guys. Let's, we'll go ahead and do public comment, and then we'll get into all questions and comments from us. So I will open, it is a public hearing, so I will open the public hearing. Just a reminder, it's 3 minutes. Make sure you give your name and address. Make sure you also put your name and address and sign it in the back there. And yeah, the floor is open. If anybody wants to come up to the podium. Or anybody wants to come and speak online. I don't see anybody there. All right. I'll close the public hearing. That was shorter than I expected. A lot goes away. Oh, you're good.
3 minutes is up.
Is that a public comment?
That would not be how I would want to wake up.
You can bring it to your house.
Okay, well, I'll open it up to fellow counselors for questions or comments to the applicants.
I'll start with, I applaud you guys for, I feel like you've been super responsive throughout this process to council, to public, to all of the referral departments. So I thank you for that. The one kind of, I guess, issue, if you will, that I had with the various requests or variances, if you will, was for the vested rights. I think, and Michelle and James, y'all can probably correct me, is that at least since I've been on council, we have tried to kind of stick with what is in the code because we don't want to just subjectively be, like granting 7 years here and 5 years there. And it just, I believe, gets us into kind of a sticky spot. And so for that reason, just so that we can be consistent and continuous in what we're doing with each development that comes before us, I would stick with the 3 years that's in our code and then come back for it. And I realize that a project this size in today's economy is going to take longer than 3 years, but also historically, and obviously we can't make any promises, if, you come back for an extension, and in all likelihood, there's not gonna be issue with that. I just think the code's there for a reason, and I think I mentioned this the last time this request was made, is that if we feel that that is no longer appropriate, then it's our job as council to amend it to maybe be a 5-year vested right, but it needs to be consistent.
I totally understand. I mean, part of it is, doesn't hurt to ask.
Of course, yeah.
These things take a long time. We're 5 years in right now, so it just feels like not a lot of time. But I appreciate, the understanding that if something happens, a COVID, some kind of massive dislocation in the market, that you guys are going to take that into account. We have no intention of slowing this down. Our intention is, if we do get approval, to work immediately to put the plans together, submit for a permit, and break ground as quickly as we possibly can to deliver the housing. But we figured we'd ask. But I can understand that you don't want to make an exception, and if that's the council's position, we're okay with that.
Well, I'd also add that, I'm not on his side of it, I'm just the architect on the project, but, having lack of certainty that you're going to get those rights when the project does take longer than 3 years could impact your ability to, attract funding. This is like 50% affordable, so it's a pretty tight envelope as it is. I can see where there might be some leniency for a project of this scale with this much affordable housing amongst annexation projects. There's not many projects that come at this kind of a scale with this many types of components and this size of development. And it just seems to me that when they asked for 10, I understood why there was some backtracking by P&Z, but P&Z also understood that there's some certainty that they'd like to have and not have to bank on the ask in 3 years. And that's just me talking, not the applicant, but I'm just kind of putting that out there as something that I think would be a good gesture to give a little more grace.
James, in the past, I know has gotten, I feel like, more consistent, but I know we've varied in the past, maybe before this council, on larger projects.
It's kind of been dependent on the size of project. For example, parcel 5 out of Sopris Meadows received, I believe, 7 years, and it was a phased scenario. Stotts Mill, before that, I believe they were in the 3 to 5 range, but then they received at least 2 extensions that I recall. But otherwise, we've tended to stick, as close to the code requirement as possible.
Yeah, I prefer the 3, but I'd probably be okay with the 7, as P&Z recommended. But I do think we should be more consistent wherever possible.
Can I just add, James, can you just explain how the vesting is set up under the ordinance? Because it's really that the building permit for the first phase would need to be pulled within 3 years, and then it would get extended with each additional phase and by an additional 3 years. Is that right?
Yeah, so basically they have to file a subplat for each of the individual buildings, similar to what was the requirement of parcel 5, and they would have to file all the subplats within 7 years. And then there's a certain amount of time after filing the subplat that they have to actually build the building. And then there are requirements that they actually do the improvements to the trail within 5 years after improvements, as well as the intersection improvements. And then also installing all the deep utilities prior to the first CO. And then, it does have that extension ability. Does that answer your question?
And just to clarify, what I'm hearing from, at least Angela and David, are you suggesting that all subplats would need to be filed within the 7 years? Is that, so there wouldn't be, within 3 years instead of 7? Is that right?
Yeah, whatever, yeah. It was the way it's written in the code.
Well, the code basically says that if you get by
you're in.
statute, if you get a site-specific development approval, you have the presumption that you're going to have 3 years of vested rights. And council can grant a vested rights period for longer periods of that, but that's by statute you get 3 years. And so, for Willits, this isn't Willits, but Willits had 20 years of vested rights, and other projects have 10, depending on the scale. And so there's, that's why there's room for discussion on the topic, just depending on, the magnitude of the development here.
Yeah, like I said, I in general, I prefer 3 years, but I'm okay with 7 in this instance, P&Z's recommendation.
Yeah, and my point is more that I feel like maybe 3 years is outdated, but that is what it's, I think Michelle is not, like, I'm kind of always saying this, like, maybe we need to update our system so that this is not a conversation every time. 3 years may have been applicable in the economy 15 years ago, but I think that it's no longer applicable, nor will it be applicable into the future. So this is just kind of yet another example of maybe we need to look at that for this development. I think as long as the ball is rolling in 3 years, the way it's written here, I'm okay with that. And, I agree. I think that where allowances, should be made is in cases, where y'all are going above and beyond and providing 50%, and we appreciate that. And so, of course, I'm willing to bend to a degree, and go with P&Z's suggestion there too.
And this
appreciate
is
that.
also written as 3 years, like, that it was, that the affordable housing was, buildings were addressed first.
Yes, that's correct.
Well, go ahead, James. I'll let you. Yeah, the requirement in the draft resolution is that the affordable housing come on proportionally to the free market housing.
Right.
That's kind of how we've addressed it in past approvals generally.
I would just note also, this project, there's so many different components, even just from a drafting perspective, there's just a lot to do here. Even the multifamily buildings, each one is different. It's not like we can design one fully and then just repeat it. Each one is different. We tried to make them similar, but, to get the right unit mix and all those associated things, they're very customized. So it's just a lot going on with civil and everything, so that was why we were asking for a little bit longer.
And can I, sorry, you guys want to continue on this one?
Let's hammer this one out.
So, all right, well, that was, I'm good with this,
Did anybody else want to talk about vesting? I thought you were.
no, I was gonna move on.
All right, you can do a new topic if you want.
Me?
Yeah,
we'll just follow up on vesting. I think that there's a number of things that, in this project that are interesting that aren't traditionally what we've been looking at land use in Basalt. One is affordable housing being built first. Generally, we've looked at applicants that have, well, I got to do my free market to raise enough money to do the affordable. So this is a complete flip, in my opinion. The things, though, that I think are maybe a little more significant are this LOMAR schedule timeline, because if you can't pull a building permit until that is accepted by FEMA, that could be 3 years. So I don't know if there's a timeline on that, James, or what, but those things are ridiculous.
There is a timeline. They're in the 90-day appeal period now. So after a LOMAR is approved, then there's a 90-day appeal period, and so it doesn't become effective until the appeal period is up. The CWCB has expressed to town staff and Robert Crable that should be up near the end of the year, so December.
So by the 26th, they'll have a LOMAR?
Yes.
Approved by FEMA?
First quarter of.
And that's got to go through Eagle County's process, correct?
Well, Eagle County has been part of the reviewing agencies with the CWCB, and so the CWCB then submitted the LOMAR after getting comments from town staff and Eagle County. So they're actually in the LOMAR now.
Is Pickett County affected? It's just the Eagle County portion of the site, right?
Yeah, it's just the Eagle County.
The other thing was the issue of water rights being dedicated to the town. And I don't know if those tailwater ditches mean anything or if there's a significant amount of water rights. But the other thing that I think is a little complicated is EQRs that we ask to be paid for versus trading it off for water rights. In the past, I think we've traded water rights to be converted to domestic use on projects, where now we're looking at what can that water right accomplish besides domestic use in sustaining a wetland or sustaining a river corridor, the riparian irrigation on the sites, et cetera. So I am tipping more towards if there's a deal there on the, especially the lower cost housing in that project where the UQRs could be looked at, because we did talk about that with on other developments, and when this was compared to the high school work, that only involved 2 employers, so that was pretty restricted, and it was also expensive to extend that infrastructure out there. This infrastructure is a lot closer. In fact, I think some of it's on site already. And so I think there's something to be said for maybe looking at that a little bit to get as affordable as we can on these units, but without giving it up completely. And I don't know how much water you guys are talking about. CFS or however you want to define that.
I can get that for you here
Okay.
as we
Yeah,
continue
as you
talking.
continue next time or whatever.
Yeah, and that might be a good topic to kind of have resolved at final if it's something that does take some digging and looking into and how that's going to work. Is a possibility, but I certainly appreciate the suggestion there.
I would be against that. I don't think we should waive the water fee on this.
Yeah, that's
I mean, it's
what
an
the-
annexation, it's more.
That's my
it's-
position as well.
There's just, at some
It
point, we
should stay
can't
as
just.
it has been in the past.
Peter, did you have something you were gonna bring up?
Well, just about I mean, what are we on now?
Let me just respond
Whatever
though.
you want
We
to talk
talked about the berming last time around. It just from the sketch plans, I don't know if you kind of cleared that out so it's a better view of the house or for a better view of the thing, but there was an intention on that berming on the Highway 82 side with landscaping, and then the fences in there somewhere is kind of sorting that out through your fencing plan. But on the drawings themselves, it looks like maybe we cleaned that out so we could see the buildings. I'm not sure.
Well, there's a lot of figuring out the slope of the road versus the land that we're developing on with and then getting the drainage to work. And so we work with Soper's Engineering, Stephanie here tonight, to see how much berm we can actually get out of it without sort of making it so that Emmett Trail wasn't going to work. And so we could get some planting area in there without too steep of a slope and also not have an over-engineered look at the backyards of these units.
Right.
And so it was a balance, but the objective was to soften it, to kind of make it seem like it's tucked back in.
Yeah.
And then also the other real advantage is those first floor units really get a buffer from the sound of the highway out of it.
Yeah, and I guess that's my concern or not concern, my desire would be that we really pay attention to that and buffer that as best as possible. And that is, by and large, the entrance to the, when you're looking left, the first thing you'll see as you enter the town, and
Yep.
it needs to be handled appropriately.
And we did a number of renderings that were you guys looked at last time that
Right.
showed the trees. First 4 years, obviously not much, but
Sure.
over time it kind of looks more like the forest you see along there now of the cottonwoods, where we're really trying to green it up. So it's a multifaceted approach. It's sort of how we're going to kind of soften that edge,
Right.
both with making really attractive, well-articulated architecture that when you do look at it, it's great, but also making it look like a greenscape and really bringing nature back into it as much as possible. And we really did push the berm as much as Stephanie would allow us to, with practicality, because there's some real water drainage issues associated with this site.
Stephanie Helfenbein, Soper's Engineering. He clearly wanted me to get up and talk, and he knows I don't like doing that. Yeah, so when we started this project, we were hoping we could have a larger berm to help with the sound on the site. And as we realized the restrictions with utilities in the Emma Road right-of-way and how close that we needed these buildings to really be to the Emma Road right-of-way to be able to make this project work financially and for everybody, we just didn't have a lot of room to make a large berm. So we're using essentially the wall in the patio to help bring up the grade to the top of the wall in the patio and still create a private space for the people on that lower level so they're not inundated with the traffic of Highway 82, and also deal with the drainage in a separate way to where we could collect the drainage in each of the patios and route it out and have all of that in a happy element with trees on top. Anything else? Okay.
Thank you for that. Thank you. The dog leg is out now, so the folks living there, and the way it is now is going to be the way it is going forward.
Yeah, I mean, we're not planning anything on it right now. It's not to say we might do something in the future, but that lot, once it's kind of separated, is pretty restricted as well. We're not really sure anything more than there can be built there. But right now, we haven't planned for anything there.
Okay.
I got a couple questions.
Sure.
Once again, first of all, thank you guys for listening. Thank you guys for participating. You guys have been, it's awesome. I do appreciate that. I'm obviously not the most friendly guy to developers. I like that you are honest on this and saying for sale and rental. So I guess my question is, what is the strategy there? Is it a mix? Is it certain buildings are for sale? Is it what can you sell, then the rest gets rented?
So
is there a breakdown on that, or is it still kind of up in the air?
So the deed restricted housing is all for sale.
Oh, okay.
That's been the feedback we've received from the community from day one. The free market, some of which is the first tracks, is where we're keeping that optionality. From an underwriting perspective, you really have to make sure the project works as a rental before it works as a selling condos. You know, the condo market is much more fluctuating. It depends on interest rates. It depends on a lot of other factors. There's also, you know, other projects in the Roaring Fork Valley that have had this size units that have had some difficulty selling. So we wanted to leave that optionality. You know, personally, and I think I'm speaking for the partnership, we want to keep as much housing rental because we feel like there's a really strong need for that as well. It's just from speaking to our lenders, we really need to underwrite it both ways, and that's why we want it to be transparent with the council as well.
I really appreciate that. In the first tracks, you know, I feel like, I get we have to call it deed restricted, but I feel like deed restricted kind of turns it into sounding like it's affordable. I love what you guys are trying to do there. I feel like it's a little bit weird because I think almost any house that comes up for sale here, someone from Aspen to Glenwood is trying to buy it, if they can afford it. But I appreciate where you're going with there. I just feel like and it's not your fault because it would have to have something in the deed restriction to be for sale for 90 days, but it isn't affordable. So I feel like we should definitely, and just be upfront about that. And
No, you're 100% right. I mean, we're just trying to stretch to keep it as local as possible. You know, I think our position is that I think it will get bought by locals. But, you know, other places around the country, other municipalities, there's other ways to kind of underwrite and these deals. There's sometimes real estate, you know, tax breaks, or there might be other kind of funding to build the stack. So we really had to maintain the free market to be able to do all the public benefit stuff.
Yep.
I guess to kind of follow up on that question, without a price cap, how is that? I mean, I don't think it's quite meaningless, but it's gonna, I don't see how it's gonna work. I think it's gonna have the deed restriction. It's gonna go through the 90-day period. It's gonna be priced if it's a free market unit in a way that a local can't afford, and then it'll be bought by somebody else.
And we saw that too at Tree Farm. They had kind of a similar deal. You put it on the market. It can only be bought by folks in the Roaring Fork Valley. The 1 bedrooms were $1 million. The 2 bedrooms were $2 million. I think I saw a 3-bedroom for $5 million. And then they just kind of waited out the clock and sold it to whoever. So I had kind of had that question as well.
I mean, it's a fair comment.
Yeah.
And I definitely don't have all the answers, but, you know, from a developer's perspective, when we price the units, we're going to price them to sell. We're not going to overprice them. There'd be no real reason to overprice them for that 90-day period to wait for someone else, you know. So we're going to price them at where we think the market is in the Roaring Fork Valley. You know, the cost of building, as we know, you know, is high. I mean, you see the numbers that are coming out of Lumberyard, you know, price per unit, Snowmass, price per unit. I mean, the numbers are insane. So it's like, if you just look at our cost, that's probably not affordable for most people. So it's a balance, and it's like, I think we're kind of feeding this affordable project with those units and with the hotel component. The hotel component obviously is a lot more untested. You know, there really is no comp for that type of product right now, so it's kind of a big question to figure out how much that is also going to support, you know, the project. So the first tracks was really an attempt to just try to do our best, but maintain the ability to have free market.
Yeah, and that's
Locals
appreciated.
can't afford the market on a salary that's
And
paid here. That's
I think it's
the
also
reality.
worth noting, though, that a lot of the local organizations that we've talked to actually preferred the free market. Deed restricted with first tracks, but not deed restricted with a price cap, because they can ebb and flow who's in there. There could be a CFO in there one year and the next year a lifty, right? Depending on, you know, Ski Co would be the example of that one, right? Of their need for that year, and any organization could use it in that way. But if it had a deed restriction, they would have a very limited scope. So there are local organizations and local entities that are really excited about these free market ones and with that first tracks program, so that other institutions that aren't local or other locals, other non-locals like we saw in the COVID boom, don't come in and take that inventory out from under our community.
I'm glad you brought that up, because I forgot about that. But when we were doing the outreach during Sketch Plan, I mean, just based on our conversations with employers, we think we could potentially sell out all of the residential units if we were doing for sale to just local companies. And to Ramsey's point, there were some organizations that specifically said they prefer free market because they just want the flexibility. And they want the flexibility to sell it, they want the appreciation because their boards like the idea of those units being able to appreciate.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Do you have any letters of intent for, 'cause that makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
Like if you're running a business and do that,
Which
it's going to be
organizations?
better for you probably in the long run, but are there any organizations that have signed letters of intent or expressed an interest in those first track users? I know I saw in the packet there was, you know, fire district, I think, for some of the deed restricted, but do we have anybody who's
Yeah,
wanting to bite
yeah.
on the first tracks?
A couple of the hospital systems.
Yeah, that's right.
They were the ones that were some of them were specifically, you know, it was like, okay, if we can get a couple of deed restricted, great, but can we get 15 free market? You know, because they just have that need and they want the flexibility, and from their funding perspective, it's easier for them to fundraise, or, you know, it just makes it easier for them. So we kind of stopped the outreach after Sketch Plan, because now we're sort of at the stage where a lot of these boards want to take it to the next step. You know, they want actual pricing, they want actual units, they want to go say, okay, if you're delivering in 27, can we go under contract now? And we don't want to spin everybody's wheels until we get through this process. But as soon as this process ends, our intention is to go right back to all those stakeholders, because, you know, it's tight, right? It's a tight deal, and the more we can get pre-sold, the more this gets out of the ground.
Just a clarifying question. Can they, like, a local has to buy the unit or a local organization has to buy the unit, but is there any sort of primary resident requirement of if they bought it and rented it to someone, or local requirement of who they rent it to?
Yeah, I think James probably knows the best answer to that one than we do,
I don't
honestly, because he.
think in the deed restriction, it includes that. I think it's just the first priority.
Right, it's, the requirement in the deed restriction is every time it goes back for sale or rent, it has to comply with First Tracks again. So it would have to then go to somebody who's lived between Aspen and Glenwood for at least 1 year prior. So that test happens every time it trades.
This is a pilot project, right? This isn't something that the town had adopted that we sort of latched onto. So we're trying it, and we hope it ends up being something that people appreciate and that is successful. But it's an additional benefit we could find within the financing mechanisms that we could sort of kind of weave in there. So we're trying it out, and we hope it works to do good, not like what happened to Tree Farm, like you were describing.
Yeah, I do really like the intention of it. I'm just trying to think of if there's any kind of bumpers we need to put to help that make the reality. I have questions in a different area, if
Can I
people,
ask ask one more on the First Tracks? Actually, two more, really quick. The 0.25 RETA, 0.25% RETA, is that only if it's sold in the First Tracks program, or is that if anybody buys that unit?
It's a good question.
The way it's written is that any transaction would only be the 0.25 RETA, but that could be a council discussion item or investment.
I mean, that should be, if it's not bought by someone explicitly in the First Tracks program, that should have the normal RETA regimen.
I think that's a good idea, because that gives that buyer a little benefit.
Further incentive,
because they're not going to pay as much transfer tax. Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
You have full power over that.
Yeah, so.
I agree with that. I'd even extend it to say, like, if it's not going to be occupied by a local. I mean, it sounds like there's the hospital, there's other people kind of chomping at the bit to have it occupied by a local, but if someone's buying it so they can rent it to someone working remote for a season, then I feel like the full RETA is fair game, but that might be overcomplicated.
I think that's tough to police is the problem.
That would be very challenging
We'll go with simple.
Yeah, I think the discounted RETA only if it's in the 90-day to the First Tracks,
Yeah.
Qualified applicant.
qualified applicants.
Qualified
Otherwise,
applicant
it's
in
the
those.
full.
I think that's good.
Jeff, are you going to add something to that?
I was just going to clarify that, but it sounds like if it's outside of the 90-day First Tracks period, that the full free RETA would apply.
Okay, great. The other question I had, I see the proposal includes the town administering the First Tracks program. And I got to ask the question that's been asked before in various ways, like, what kind of FTE commitment are we looking at? And we keep thinking, like, shavings make a pile of responsibilities and everything. Like, how would we absorb that? Like, help us feel better about operationalizing something like that.
Currently, with the affordable housing units that we have in the town system, the developer, their property manager, does most of the qualifications, and then they provide them to the town just to do a review of, for the most part. I would envision that would be the way it would happen here with the First Tracks scenario. When they sell a unit, they would have to provide proof to the town staff that they have advertised it for the 90 days, or if it's rental for the 30 days. And so, I don't see that there would be too much effort on the First Tracks units, but on the other units that are deed restricted, we review qualifications on the tenants annually. So, as you get further up there in the number of units that we have in the program, the more challenging it gets for the current town staff.
Okay.
But right now, under the current amount of inventory that we have. You know, it's not too burdensome at the current time, but, you know, we're going to have Parcel 5, Sopers Meadows, affordable housing units coming on shortly. They're in for permit. And so, you know, it starts to increase the workload.
So outside of this process, we need to keep an eye on that as far as
Yeah.
how we're planning.
David, I think having the town review it does create a small burden on the town but I think the checks and balances of having a non-arrested third party,
Some
you know,
teeth.
quantify it and stamp it approved is probably a good thing for everyone.
Sorry, you going to say something?
Just not to belabor this, but something we're looking at with West Mountain Regional Housing Coalition
That's what I was
is
gonna bring up.
a per services agreement
okay.
for doing such a thing,
Yeah.
as we're having a lot more affordable housing.
That's good.
We've
Shared
identified
service.
that need at West Mountain, that all of these municipalities are short-staffed in this regard. And so West Mountain's looking at a fee-for-service model where they actually oversee the administration of that.
Sounds great.
And we,
That's great.
instead of bringing on a full-time employee, just pay a service fee for that. Anyways, it's something to consider.
Okay. Hannah, you were going to...
Just a quick clarifying question. It says that the building and development is all electric, and then it also has a gas connect letter. And I was curious which of those or what's happening there.
Yeah, so the mechanical systems are proposed to be designed all electric.
Great.
There is the option to have gas stoves and gas fireplaces, but that's not the mechanical system. So we have done this in a number of Carbondale jurisdictions and stuff for IECC 2021, that you have the whole mechanical system as electric only, and another addition that could be applied would be electric ready for any stoves or any sort of fireplaces that are involved. That's the intention.
That was the intent.
Do you want to talk about that?
Sure. So, and that being said, should our code change and get more restrictive regarding gas, when they pull building permit, they'll be required to meet the code at that time.
Gotcha.
So it seems highly possible that will happen over the next 7 years.
Awesome.
Just one more comment on what I'm seeing as a trend in how the modeling of these projects is going. CMC's proposal to us to purchase the 9 units was a groundbreaking proposal that took into consideration that the locals are going to high school here, are going to go to CMC and come back into the workforce. And as a result of that, they put out enough cash to buy 9 units, and they've had success with that in a couple of other places. To Ryan's point, the transactions that we've done over the years with developers have been not in a partnership manner necessarily. It's been through annexation, lots of public hearings about this and that, and arguing over whatever. And this is, you know, we are starting to trend towards affordable housing being a top priority. Will it's 9-2E and the rugby field, this one, the port, part of Clark's Market, the trailer parks that are being purchased by a co-op of all the governments, West Mountain coming forward with an idea of creating a entity to manage these places that we're going to build. It challenges us a little bit to let go of that old model and start to look at a really fresh set of guidelines. And I think Bach, I think that P&Z, I think that the last 5 years you guys have spent, and it took a long time to get that 2020 master plan out of the pipeline as well, 8 or 9, 10 years. And 5 years for me is a long time to wait again for results of this project to happen. So there's an incentive here, I think, to get some of these answers to the questions and get them on the table and get it going. Because as you've suggested, if you're willing to stick a shovel in the ground over there with all the infrastructure and site work that needs to happen, and go out there and sell and approach the market with deed restricted units first, that kind of takes care of a lot of the concerns I would have otherwise. But I'd still like to hear from James on the water issues and EQRs and those kinds of things, because anything we can do to make it affordable or more attainable, or whatever the word is something we should look at.
Yeah, I think you can respond to that.
No.
Yeah, like along those lines, I was looking at the pack and it said that the parcel was originally zoned for 80 to 180 units. And it really stood out to me that we're at 64, and that was a decrease. And I feel like we have, developers who are presenting us with 50% affordable housing. We really don't see that, and that's really critically important for a lot of the workers listed on that waterfall of affordable housing. And for what it's worth, we're not meeting the minimum density on that parcel that's right next to the post office, that's right next to the library. And I think it kind of felt to me that we were maybe leaving affordable housing on the table. Even going down from 68 to 64, that's 2 affordable units that we could have that we don't. And I know that's because you guys are really working with neighbors and really listening to community feedback. I wonder how many young people often go to community feedback sessions on development, because it's something that I hear all the time. Every time I go on a hike or go to book club or anything like that. And I just, for what it's worth, would be perfectly comfortable increasing the density up again. I know you've kind of already done the legwork, maybe that ship has sailed, because this is a really great opportunity for the town. It is a great opportunity to have people kind of go through the whole housing spectrum of their lives here, to being a young person, to growing a family, to living in the town for a long time. And I know we're kind of developing less attainable, affordable housing than we could be.
No, look, it's definitely a fair point. It was brought up at P&Z a couple times as well. So it's definitely a sentiment we've heard. I mean, some of the restrictions on the site are just the restrictions. The parking, for example, that's one of the biggest kind of, limiting factors. And we really try to balance, like you mentioned, all the community concerns. Building height is obviously a way that you can get more density. You could put tuck under parking, and put a couple more stories. But it really felt like during this 5-year process, this was really the best outcome for all that inputted, if I will. But I don't know if Ramsey, you have anything to add there.
I think it's a little bit misleading though, because the key parcel document you were looking at with 120 to 150 had to do with the Jadwin and the Stott parcel. And that parcel is larger than ours, and it has a lot more developable area that's not in floodplain. So we are definitely taking our bite out of the apple that is necessary towards achieving that goal. And we're developing in a pattern of development type that document specifically spoke to, including the tiering down of the size and scale of units as you get towards the county lines. So we really studied that really closely when we came up with those first numbers. And part of the slight downturn just had to do with how we were going to get more affordable units out of this and actually balance that sheet to make sure that it's an achievable project. And it cost a couple, but the big picture of things is, I think I'm excited to see this actually happen and for that big bite out of the apple to actually occur.
Great, thank you.
So something I'm sure is on folks' mind that I did not see in the packet mentioned was short-term rentals. The underlying, what would that situation be if that were annexed in, just as everything is written right now? Would they be allowed to do short-term rentals, an owner there?
Well, certainly on the cabins, those are,
Besides the hotel stuff.
Yeah.
Not the hotel stuff. I'm talking about the residential only.
in the deed restricted housing, the 32 units of deed restricted housing, the deed restrictions do not permit short-term rental. The First Tracks units, I don't believe that there's a restriction on the First Tracks.
Yeah, so I mean, I would be opposed to any short-term rentals being in there at all. That just kind of defeats the whole purpose. I mean, I know you guys are trying to get it underwritten. I know you're trying to make it pencil, all the things, right, as far as it's a business. But I mean, the short-term rental, that's just going to put further upward pressure on prices as people continue to shop for properties that they can go and use as short-term rentals around our neighborhoods. And like, we just can't build another neighborhood where people can do that, especially one where there's an amenity cabin and all the things that like would just be like kind of a slam dunk for a short-term rental. Like, so I would like to do something, I don't know if you amendment, I don't know how you would do it, but the outcome would be there's no short-term rentals in this development.
Well, I think you need to look to your left and right first. And then
I just want to understand, clarifying question, would that be something we could say here in the, as an amendment, just into the exhibit? Or I'm trying to understand the mechanics, Jeff, of how we would do that.
Either be, a condition of approval, and then, this is preliminary plan, and then come back and final plan, and through that would be incorporated in the final plan, development approval, restriction on.
So I'd love to hear how everybody else felt about that.
So I wouldn't be opposed to, if a First Tracks unit sells to a qualified First Tracks applicant, adding some kind of STR restriction, because the intention of that program, when sold to qualified applicants, is that it is inhabited by a local working family. Okay, so that helps achieve the intention of that program. Outside of that, I want to make sure this is done right, 100%, but I don't want to lose the forest through the trees here, in that I think that these guys are really trying to make this project work with the amount of affordable housing and the First Tracks and all of that. And I feel like, from an investor perspective, how they can sell the free market units and for how much they can sell the free market units, and that's what's paying for everything else. And I don't want to jeopardize them being able to finance this project and get shovels in the ground and get it going.
Others?
I mean, we have that great fee. You could be paying into the front. I'm indifferent on it. It's like 50% of it. But once again, now you go back to that same language in the First Tracks, and I feel like First Tracks is going to be a wash. Not your fault, but it's just a hard sell. So I get where you're coming from. I hear both sides of this one, so I'm indifferent right now.
Okay.
I'm probably somewhere in between. I'm like scanning through my brain and all the young people I know getting houses, like Stotts Mill. Sorry, this is kind of an aside as an example. ADUs aren't allowed there. Short-term rentals aren't allowed there. People are having roommates to be able to afford those homes, and those are 3 bedrooms, so young families can rent a 3rd bedroom. But if these are 1 and 2 bedrooms, I'm wondering, for the qualified owners, for the qualified First Tracks owners, like, I would be comfortable saying you can short-term rent, not all the time, but like when you go home for Christmas or whatever. If we could have it without having the free market have short-term rentals, I'd do that, but I also get financing is tight. I'm probably somewhere in between you two.
I just feel like the reality of our market is that the free market units are going to be purchased by out-of-towners who are going to want to use it when they want to use it, and they're going to want to rent it when they're not there. And that is how they make the purchase decision work for them, and how they make their own personal finances. And to me, that's how these guys make money, and how they finance the 32 affordable housing units that we are so desperate for. That's why I'm willing to give on this.
But then when they have to follow the rules of the short-term rental.
Yeah.
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 And then
so-
we make
so then
money
the
on
town
those
makes money on
fees
that.
anyways. And then if we get the increased lodging tax passed, we get more money on that. I mean, like, we don't totally lose out,
And we're only talking about 12 units realistically.
assuming that they go for first chance.
Well, depends,
Right,
yeah.
like-
I was just gonna-
32 units. Yeah. I get it.
I mean, my feeling is that I think this issue, which is a legitimate issue, is better dealt with like more globally about STRs just for the whole town, as opposed to like enforcing it on this new project, whereas a project, you know, other residences in Basalt that were built a long time ago at much lower prices have that ability. And to get this out of the ground, we're like cherry picking this development, saying we don't want it here. If we don't want it in Basalt, I think it should be more sort of equally applied.
Well, this is annexation too, so all
Yes.
bets are off.
Yeah.
You know what
No,
I mean?
yes.
Like, that's, you know, it's not Basalt yet.
Yeah, you know, you're 100% right.
James, did we limit STRs at Basalt Center Circle?
Yeah.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
The whole building?
Yeah, we don't do it there, so.
Yeah,
like,
no, that's why it's a good example. That's what I was trying to defend for yourself.
Yeah, one other little tidbit to that is that in these multifamily buildings, you have to get HOA approval from your HOA to have an STR. So you have bigger buildings here, it might be really hard to get an STR license. It might not be, but
I'm just personally motivated to make sure that this financing works when it comes down to it, and I don't know what the kicker's going to be there, so.
I mean, does the bank I mean, I know it helps make the price higher. Is the bank like, oh, this isn't a short-term rental? Is that something they actually look at?
I think every restriction could potentially affect
It's
how they
more
run
like,
the
yeah, it's more
formula.
like death by 1,000 cuts. So we're just trying to limit the amount of cuts. But, you know, I hear you. You know, I guess we haven't really had this discussion throughout the whole process, you know, and we were just sort of thinking that we would be subject to the town's rules and regulations. And if you wanted to get more restrictive, you would, and it could just retroactively apply to this project. And we wouldn't have to kind of decide that now.
And looking at the BCC example too, I mean, it's kind of like we all started off this conversation with wanting to applaud and kind of reward these guys for taking the step towards 50% affordable housing, and that's why we're willing to, you know, accept a variance on the vested rights. And, you know, to your comment about death by 1,000 cuts, I mean, I think that's why I don't want to restrict you where it's not necessary, where we already have plenty of regulations and fees and taxes in place and processes in place for that. It kind of goes back to like BCC didn't give us 50% affordable housing.
But they were an annexation.
That's true, but, you know, I just, yeah, I mean, I think it's clear that I'm a little bit more pro-SDR in this council than a lot of us, so that my stance is not surprising to anyone.
That's one of the things I admire about you the most is you always know where you stand.
So I don't think we need to place that restriction where it's not already placed, but, I mean, I think that we do need to get the other council members' thoughts on this.
Well, we have a process to look at those licensing fees and all that that's easily adjusted, that we just went through. So I think if there's an issue that comes up over there, there's a way to address it, to disincentivize it. And this is another thing that just takes up more time and more space and more approvals, and probably goes back to Bach, and goes back to P&Z and a whole bunch of other stuff. So, you know, for me, it's,
Well, I think,
we have a way to do it within this bureaucracy, and, you know, if it becomes offensive, or if there's somebody say, well, if I get 4 votes, I win, you know, but I think that I've seen enough to, that detail may come later, but not, now it's a tough time to introduce anything that significant into the process. You're a preliminary plat that should have been addressed at sketch plan. In annexation.
Would we address SDRs then?
Annexation will be a subject for almost all the developable properties within the UGB, basically. So, you know, with the exception of Willets, Rugby Field, things like that. But as far as any, you know, things like this parcel next door, all that stuff's, even the project up at the high school is outside the UGB. That's never been annexed. So we have varying rules across the board, and they all fit a different model. So I'm not in favor of, you know, I think STRs, if we have a fee structure that contributes income to the town's affordable housing process, and that just helps our affordable housing process. But if it becomes punitive to build affordable housing, then it's putting us in reverse again. And my sense is that the financial market, the investors, would see that as another barrier to funding the project, potentially. I mean, the deed restriction of RO is finally coming to some kind of resolution in the lending. You can see that with the mobile home park. People are creating these opportunities to fund through a nonprofit a purchase of CMC's done. So it's just another layer of it.
I mean, I feel the same way. I feel we have a mechanism, and we put a pretty stiff mechanism in place to deter it as best as possible across the board, and it exists. And, you know, if they're going to STR it, we're going to make, the town is going to get money for affordable housing. That was the point of the STR fee.
I think it is to offset the cost that the community incurs. So
Right.
that the cost is borne, it's not externalized more than it was to like.
It's just one way to look at it.
But I think in the scheme of things, it's what,
Model.
I guess in the scheme of things, if it doesn't add up necessarily, I think. So I feel comfortable, and if it was to, I just feel like we just had a big discussion on STRs, and you got to be bold, right? So we were bold and instituted some fairly decent fees, and that has a timeline of 60 days, and I know it's to offset, but we're talking a minimal number of units, and if people are going to grow the STR industry wherever they are throughout the town's going to receive money for that, but it's, that's the cost of those folks doing business themselves, I think, and being competitive in a hotel market land.
Okay, so it sounds like there's not an appetite for restricting short-term rentals. If we changed our mind later, for whatever reason, is that something that you can do for an individual development once it's built?
You could,
Once it's built, not at final, but like when it's.
to amend your zoning code to create caps on the number of STR licenses available in the town, similar to what Pickett County did.
That's a global solution, though, not a development.
It would not be, it would be a zoning solution. It wouldn't be a, post-approval condition on the property.
Okay. So our only chance to really do it to this development solely is now, it sounds like.
As a condition of approval, like with BCC, BCC, I think there were some particular concerns based on the location and traffic generation. I don't remember the whole discussion on it. But,
something like that.
But this is the appropriate time to have this discussion.
And not a sketch plan. I don't think that this is way too.
Been through
This is the time.
3 or 4 conditions, post, doc, P&Z for 5 years, master plan process, public hearings. The STR issue's new in all the resort communities. It's only been raised in the last couple of years as a real issue with the lack of affordable housing, although maybe it was going on before that. And it may be trending in the opposite direction. We don't know. We've got 21 or 42, I forget the number of units. But people may elect not to pay the fee and not to do short-term rentals and not become licensed and just do it anyway. So, we still have that issue out there.
Yeah, like that.
It just seems like another, and to your point, the zoning, it gets to be that big an issue where we have public services and police force and all that are being, compromised, then.
That's the appropriate way to address the problem.
I would like to just compliment your guys' statement, and I don't think it's brought up enough, as much as we're trying to make something affordable and you guys participating, you guys now have to sell the other 50% at a higher rate to make the rest affordable. And then everyone goes, well, why is this all so expensive? Why is it? And so we have the best intention, but it also messes with market. It's also a market manipulation. And so you guys are already fighting to get a loan on this. This isn't an easy loan to get to put up 50% affordable. And so that's where I would sit on, if anything, I would thought you would have been fighting on 100% RO for an annexation, because that's something that we were discussed at the first part. But I don't think you can do that either unless you're like a nonprofit and you're not making any money on this. So I just think.
Trying to be pragmatic.
I know. Listen, I'm just bringing up. You had said that, and I just want to compliment you on that, because it's it's not talked about enough in this whole valley of what we are doing, and listen, you guys are here to make money. I get that, but we're also here to try to defend try to carve out something. So it's a give and take on all our sides, and it's hard to do. I mean, it's not good on your pro forma.
No, I appreciate you saying that. I mean, we can't solve all the problems on just this development, but I think, to your point, I think long term, there's other levers that, need to be pulled to really, get that density of affordable. And, the private sector might not be the best place for that, ultimately. As we're seeing, with the mobile home parks, like, the government is essentially stepping in to make that work. So that may be,
Thank you, by the way.
Yeah. But, that's kind of the reality. Sometimes the private sector can help, but maybe not solve all ills.
One quick thing. There is a process that was defined for annexation in the past, that it was a prioritized kind of thing, where if you were in the town of Basalt, you were in the first tier. If you were adjacent to the town of Basalt, you were in the UGB, you were in the second tier, and if you were outside both those lines in space, you were kind of at the bottom of the list. So is that still around here somewhere?
For what? Priority?
For annexation. So if someone came in with a petition for annexation, they were outside the UGB and outside the town limits, they pretty much were told, no, thank you. And then the next level was if they're in the UGB and adjacent to roads, infrastructure, mass transit, things like that. But then if they were in the town, of course, they didn't have to annex at all, right? So there was a little bit of a prioritization of that.
Well,
There's language in the master plan that talks about preferred annexation.
Well, actually, the master plan, the last couple master plans, the 2007 and the 2020, basically has a goal or objective in it that says you have to be within the urban growth boundary to annex for development purposes. So it kind of takes the priority for annexations outside the urban growth boundary kind of out of the picture for the most part.
Right. That's what I was trying to remember, because there was a lot of controversy over the annexations that happened. They created a policy of having
But I think from
UGB
the
and all that stuff.
99 plan, you had those kind of three priorities, but then it shrunk to just the UGB.
That was the methodology behind it.
All that effort that went into that 2020 master plan too is seen here. I mean, identifying the key parcels and what should be built there is like allowed this group to get traction on, okay, what do they actually want? There's actually a roadmap that actually makes this project something we can pursue. So I think those efforts should continue for their master plans in the future, because they really help guide the way.
I have two other questions not dealing with this. Is that okay?
Yeah, go for it.
There's a memorandum from Catherine and Justin and it addresses the well number 8 site. Did they get back to you on that? Okay, I didn't know if it was where it was marked out, because that's obviously a big deal on how much water we have. And then just the traffic. I feel this is gonna cause a lot of traffic. And I know, my history on this parcel is, it was pitched way back in the day to P&Z, and I fought for it, and the argument was, if 2 RVs got to that intersection, all hell was gonna break loose. And now we're gonna put 62 units, 150 cars. I know I've heard all the words, I know it's transit-oriented development, we have we cycle, but we all know you have parking for a reason. And I know we do the traffic study, but I just wonder what your honest take on that traffic study is, because traffic is already backing up at this roundabout at the Exxon station in the mornings. And BCC isn't done. You guys haven't even broke ground. I know it's not your responsibility, but obviously I also think option 1 is better. You're gonna need as much room for that right turn lane as possible. So let's get the arc that the fire department wants. As a developer, what is your hope on that? Like, if you have tons of traffic jams in front of your place, it's not gonna sell either. It's like and it looked like in the study that they had a lot of people going down Valley, which I don't really think is right, but I'm sure there will be a good amount of trips down Valley. Is there any additional, how many traffic studies did you have to do? I don't know.
I mean, the first thing that comes to mind is with respect to BCC. I remember watching those council meetings, mostly during COVID, I think, on Zoom. And I think the determination there was that their use was actually less traffic than the prior use when it was a supermarket. Yeah. And like you mentioned, we did the traffic studies. We have we have 2 intersection improvements going on here that we're paying for. And I guess high level, we're relying on the experts. And I think this parcel was chosen for that specific reason, because it is close to the bus stop, it's close to town. Our hope is that a lot of the people who live there work in town and, work within walking distance, or they're going to use the bus. And you mentioned we have the we cycle as well. I think it's a problem. I mean, people love their cars. We would love, figure out ways for people to use less cars. But it kind of all circles back, to Hannah's comment about density. It was like, yeah, we could push density, but that's just going to push traffic. So this was where we felt we found that comfortable medium. I don't know if Ramsey, you want to?
Yeah, I think I just had to lean on the experts to help model it, because it's very dynamic and complex on how that traffic moves. And I hear what you're saying. I mean, it's reason for concern. A lot of talk and discussion went into it during sketch. And we listened to all of it, and a lot of good points were made. And we're doing our best to rely on what the experts put together, and also hoping that, as traffic in Colorado Mountain Towns gets worse, people tend to use their bikes and e-bikes and commute and car share and use buses and transit.
And I saw the flyer out there, $500 discount for buying an e-bike. So, other incentives to help it, yeah.
And we had the traffic study had to be modified slightly because we removed I'm so tired. Daycare, thank you. So our trips have reduced significantly since the initial study.
Yeah.
So that's going to be a good benefit for the project as well. I agree, there's going to be traffic. We all want housing, we want to be able to accommodate this, but there's a compromise.
Yeah. I guess my question then would continue on to town. Do we ever do an auxiliary traffic study, or what are we doing to analyze our current traffic patterns in the midst of everything that's been going on in town, the amount of people, the influx, I just worry we all of a sudden get caught in a rock in a hard place, and then we're just stuck in this horrible mornings. Afternoon kind of gets weighed out, but like you see it at the high school and with Stouts Mill and.
Well, traffic's difficult, obviously, but, you know, at the sketch plan level, the applicants provided a traffic study that indicated that they didn't need to make any improvements for the most part. And so the town had Charlier and Associates review that traffic study and, you know, kind of truth the conclusions that were part of it. And so out of that kind of review came the need and the requirement for the right turn lane, because that wasn't recommended in the original traffic study, and then also the improvements to the slip lane intersection with Emma Road. That came out of that kind of third-party review of the traffic study. And so we also took the fire trucks out there and kind of worked in the field on the turning radiuses for the scenario you were talking about, with the potential to have RVs passing each other. And so I think we tried to mitigate that to the extent we could require it. Also, the other probably item to note related to the roundabout is that, you know, we have the plan to do the mini roundabout on the other side and improve the lanes on the south side of the Highway 82 intersection. And so that will get rid of the split phase requirement at the light. So that will impact both sides of Highway 82.
Okay.
So it'll allow turning traffic to go at the same time instead of waiting for the other side to do that. That could be, you know, a couple years out still, but we're in the design phase for that roundabout. And so then the next step would be to get all the funding together to be able to change the lane requirements to get rid of the split phase. So, you know, there's a couple items there that help towards mitigating that issue.
I would just say one other thing. I don't know if it's how major the impact would be, but at the final sketch plan, when there were a couple of the Basalt school principals were here and they were talking about their teachers and people coming from way down valley. So if they're living here, theoretically, they're taking some pressure off that up valley traffic.
We would hope.
How impactful that is, I don't know, but it sounds good in theory.
No, it's great. And I just want to make sure, as a bigger thought of town and as councilors, we continue to think about that, because I feel like it's not brought up enough. And if you're driving around here, traffic is, you know, we're blessed to be in Basalt, but I don't want Basalt to turn into 82.
Yeah.
And we're right on the cusp. So that's all I have. Thank you.
There's also, I'm our Basalt rep on the transit committee regionally, and they're working on different congestion strategies that I can give an update on at some point.
You're the second generation to get to do that, Hannah.
I know.
Good news is this one is on 82.
Yeah.
A lot of our developments are off 82 that require you to drive through neighborhoods, and this one is, you're going down Valley, you get on the, you know, you go.
Yeah.
And the latest data I heard was 29,000, you know, this blows me away, 29,000 cars coming through Glenwood.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, that's amazing. And that may drop as that I-70 corridor builds out. So if we want to capture some opportunities for people to live here, that would reduce traffic across that bridge.
Going back a slight bit, does it help you guys at all if we expand that first tracks Aspen to Parachute, just to cast a slightly wider net? For all intents and purposes, I feel like that's our community and employment corridor.
Yeah, I mean,
I'd be good with that.
Yeah,
These
ask
people
around,
kind of
but I don't think we have an issue.
fine
we
with
wouldn't have
it?
an issue with that, yeah.
I feel like we might as well. Someone coming from Parachute is more traffic than someone coming from Glenwood, so.
Well, and it seems like if you look at the other entities, right, the childcare we heard from
Yeah,
earlier,
totally.
West Mountain Regional Housing, that is now the region that we are considering, and we consider ourselves part of. So it would make sense to open this up to that same region.
Yeah.
That's a good way to put it.
I think we were just following some prior mapping and descriptions, but there was, that would be fine for us.
Cool.
Yeah.
And I like the intersection, the turn radius doesn't look quite as head-on as it did before too, it's just at the micro level.
The slip lane?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, no, you guys overall came back with a proposal that, I was pretty pleased with.
Thank you.
I mean, I think you heard what we said. You came back with something meaningful, meaningful changes. The deed restricted RO and category housing, like that's where we got to be. If it's going to come into the community, that's where we got to be. No, thanks for doing that. Thanks for listening. So appreciate it. I'm surprised about the short-term rental stance everybody has, but I'm, hey, that's the direction council wants to go. I'm not gonna, cool. I'll still vote yes, even if we do, don't include anything on short-term rentals in there. But I do think in the long run, I know we got a fee, I know we're looking at things for affordable housing, but it becomes more, to your point, Rick, you're pointing out that the issue wasn't as much of an issue 5 years ago. I think it's going to continue to crescendo as an issue.
Yeah.
As people realize it's a great business if you get the right property in the right situation, location and all that. So
When you.
we're going to have to deal with it.
The conversations about what industry drives the short-term rentals, is it local businesses, or is it core resorts, or is it outdoor recreation? And so there's a tug of war going on between how do you balance this quality of life with, keeping people in a community and having neighborhoods and social capital versus just turning into, whatever it is.
A hotel neighborhood.
Yeah.
A hotel
Resort.
complex. But
Anyway.
that's
It's a different
something for
discussion.
another day. But so I don't have any other questions or anything at this
I
point.
do just have one more. I think it's addressed in there, but that pedestrian walkway from the post office side to that new option 1, is that in their purview? Is that required by them, or has that become something?
Stephanie?
It's required, it's not, the pedestrian crossing is currently in the draft conditions of approval, and I did put together some options for it that didn't make it in the packet, but.
Okay, cool. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't
Yes.
kind of talked about. And
No,
we
yeah,
never really fully.
it's in the draft conditions.
That's what I thought.
Thank you.
Oh, this is so nitpicky, but I remembered it talks about trash and recycle, and if we could also get compost, that would be so awesome. We've got the
How come we not?
stickers.
We have a
We'll give you a sticker.
Please.
Grebsy, can we,
Compost, it'll be less trash for you guys.
I would love it if we get more compost in there as well.
Awesome,
We
thank
need
you.
to really analyze how that's going to work, and figure out what service providers are available. But some of it's just wheel out to the curb or the driveway, and other ones we have a localized area for it. So it really has to do with volume calculations and talking to the companies.
Awesome.
So I think I know who to talk to about how compost works around here.
As
So-
advertised.
We'll give you the code.
Anyone else? Jeff, you want to tell us are you able to tell us kind of what things have support as far as amendments?
I think I heard a lot of support for the resolution as drafted, but I heard a few amendments. One, there's a couple relate to first track program. One was to expand the area from Aspen to Glenwood to Aspen to Parachute. The second was that the 0.25% RETA would only apply during the first track period for those units, but the full 1% would apply, or the regular RETAs would apply if the units aren't sold during the first track's period. I don't know if this was resolved. The third was related to water tap fees and whether there'd be potential waiver, but I think I might have heard enough say that there was not support for a waiver of any tap fees.
And currently in there is.
As drafted.
As drafted, right?
As drafted, it says town council will determine a waiver of tap fees, I think.
So I think we have a majority of people who want to know
So the water tap
waiver for it.
Water tap fee waiver request will be considered by town council. So I guess the amendment would be that there's no waiver of tap fees.
Okay.
I think and James, I don't know if this is a decision point in the resolution about the turn lane options, option 1 and 2. Is that
We've got condition that council at final plan will make that decision after seeing the adjustments to the tapering and the pedestrian plans that are required.
So that's not one.
And then the vesting?
I think the best thing is as drafted in the reso. There is also a request for composting to be included as part of the final plan. And then just one thing to clarify, I heard some discussion, I think James clarified it, that the deed restricted units would be built first. And the resolution says the deed restricted units would be built proportional with the free market units. So I just want, that's what it says, so I just want to make sure that's clear to everyone. I think that's fair.
I think as drafted,
As
proportional is
yeah.
fair. I think it was just maybe a misspeaking, like, at first.
So I think a motion could be to approve the resolution with the following amendments: that First Tracks program be amended to be include Aspen parachute, that the 0.25% RETA only applied if First Track units are sold within the First Tracks period, that there is not a waiver of any tap fees, and that the final plan application include composting as part of the development.
I got it.
You got that, Hannah?
I'm on it.
Somebody can say so moved.
So moved.
Whoa!
Been a motion, is there a second?
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Let's do a roll call for this one. Pam, would you please call the roll?
Find my list of people here. Okay, let's begin with Hannah Berman.
Yes.
Rick Stevens.
Yes.
Angel Dupré-Bouchard.
Yes.
Ryan Slack.
Yes.
David Knight.
Yes.
And Dieter Schindler.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Great job, Rick.
That was a really good presentation. Thanks for
Thank you, guys.
that stuff.
Really appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Thank you.
All right, next up, we got item 7B. It's a public hearing and first reading, ordinance number 10, series of 2025, an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Basalt, Colorado, approving the First Amendment to the Declaration of Covenants concerning occupancy and resale for lots 15, 16, 20, and 21, Stotts Mills Subdivision, PUD, Basalt, Colorado. James and Jeff.
Yeah, thank you. Staff actually recommends considering the next two items together as they are related. The first item is first reading of an ordinance that would approve of an amendment to the Declaration of Covenants for the 4 lots that the town owns in Stotts Mill. And then the second item is consideration of a resolution that would approve of a policy for administering the rental or sale of the Stotts Mill duplex units that the town owns. As background, Stotts Mill developer was required to deed restrict 4 lots with discounted prices. The town chose to purchase the 4 lots and construct 2 duplexes. 1 duplex was just completed, and then the other is in the planning phase and being designed. So the lots were included as Category 2 lots in the deed restrictions. The draft ordinance would amend the deed restriction to remove the Category 2 restriction for town employees so that a town manager or department head that is above the Category 2 range could occupy the units so that the town could better recruit and maintain a town manager and department head candidates. Under the amendments, the sale of the units to town employees would still, non-town employees would still fall under a Category 2 requirement. In terms of the resolution that you have, that's the next item, It sets up a policy for administering the sale and rental of these 4 units. The town currently has a policy for administering town-owned units for rentals, but not for sale of town-owned units, because we haven't previously sold any of the town-owned units. The proposed policy is generally based on the town-owned unit policy that the town currently has, as well as the community housing guidelines. It was a drafting effort between town attorney's office and the planning staff. It allows the sale and rental to town employees to not be required to satisfy the category income requirements consistent with the current town-owned policy. And it gives the flexibility for the town to attract and maintain staff. This policy also sets up priority system internally for the sale of the units to town employees, by which the town manager would get a first priority, department heads would get a second priority, and then other employees would get a third priority. It also identifies that if the town were to sell the units, it provides the town employee that must resell the unit to the town if they cease being an employee with the town. And there are some discussion items around that. Generally, the amount of time that a town employee would have to sell it back if they were terminated. We currently have 90 days in there for rental, and then 180 days in there if they had owned the unit and had to sell it back. This is longer than the state statutes requires. The state statute requires 30 days. So staff thinks that that is a discussion item for consideration. But overall, staff will likely be coming forward with some other affordable housing code amendments in the near future, and will likely consider a similar policy be adjusted for town-wide town-owned units. But staff thinks it's appropriate to start here with the 4 Stotts Mill units. So this evening, staff would suggest asking questions of staff, taking public comment, and providing council discussion. And you could approve both the ordinance on first reading and the resolution if you're comfortable with those adjustments. I will identify too that you have a sheet at your seats. It says item 7C. There was one additional adjustment to take out town manager approving the 10% capital improvement allowance. This was for the case where the town manager owns the unit. We didn't want the town manager approving, capital improvements on his own unit, so we just took out and said the town, his or her unit. So staff would suggest asking questions if you have them, or providing potential for public to comment.
So it's a public hearing, so let's go ahead and do the public hearing. I will open the public hearing. So, please come and talk. I don't see anyone online, so we can close the public hearing, and then I'll open it up to you guys. Questions or comments?
One quick question. Only for sale to employees, right? We're not opening it up to outside employees.
We are allowing for the town council to make the decision to potentially sell it to other non-town employees, but we have to allow for that, is my understanding. But there's always a right of purchase back for the town.
Yeah, when Stotts Mill was approved, these lots were restricted to this declaration for category 2 units. This was kind of started over 2007, was basically where that approval was. It wasn't really contemplated that the town would be developing these duplex units on here. And so the idea is, it was, I think originally thought, okay, we'll have just a regular category deed restriction. This is going to get sold out into the market, and it'll just kind of operate as usual. So here, the amendment kind of keeps it, all right, so long as these units are within the kind of the town's orbit, we're going to be able to put, allow occupancy by town employees that might not meet category 2, because it's not, there's not any like windfall from that. It's just circulating within the town ownership. The deed restriction includes that the unit, after it's sold to an employee, has to be sold back to the town, unless the town declines to do so, in which case, I don't know what that reason might be, in which case then it might be sold onward. Does that clarify?
A little bit, but we're discussing that. I just don't think these units, for what we're building them as, should ever be sold outside the town. Outside the town employee.
It would be up to town council.
Of course, if I'm, yeah. But I think in that lane, I just feel like the purpose of these units were to attract and retain staff, and the minute you allow it to just fall into the deed restricted category 2, we've lost our purpose. Granted, we are helping community, but we're not doing what we set out to do in this first thing. So I guess that's my question. I think all the stuff on the employee side is fine, I think, but I would limit the days. I would go 60 and 120, because 90 seems like a lot.
90 is a lot.
Someone that's fired, 2 months is a good amount
Yeah,
of
we-
time to get out of the house.
We talked about 90, 30 is state required by the
Yeah,
statute, and in practice, it's been 30. If you're leaving on good terms, and the person's liked, you could always extend it.
Yeah, I think
Which we've done in the past, but personally, I think 90, I know I don't get a vote here, but I think 90 is too much, because you could have a disgruntled employee, they could trash the place, they could stop paying you rent, all sorts of parade of horribles that could happen.
Yeah,
So I think that's too long.
I think 60 days, 120 days is fair and on those numbers. But then I guess it's still that question. Of course, next council can say, you know what, we're tapped out, we're not gonna buy this back, we'll just put it into the category 2 for sale. I just feel like we're defeating our purpose of trying to attract employees once we get out of our.
Yeah, but I mean, I would hate to change the language unnecessarily and strip that power away from future councils.
Oh, no, I'm fine that.
You couldn't legally
Okay.
require the future council to not.
So, okay.
Yeah.
But the category 2 thing has to remain there because that's the original declaration. This limited amendment allows us to kind of live within that existing declaration. And so if it were to go outside of town ownership, that category 2 deed restriction were to apply. And we're kind of making this limited amendment to kind of clarify that deed restriction and align it with town policy for town-owned units.
It allows us to cheat the system.
The town, the town's policy. the town's
It allows us to benefit from the system.
Provides town flexibility for its own town-built affordable housing units and is a policy of the town.
Can I ask a question? So it's category 2. Let's say this happens and it's category 2, and we're talking about a 3-bedroom. Like, how many of the category of people that need category 2 housing, how many need a 3-bedroom?
Don't have an answer for that.
The housing needs assessment overall, that your question would really, we can only answer it for the housing needs assessment overall.
Yep.
Doesn't suggest for sale units to category 2 or lower. Whether there's a need is possible, but it doesn't suggest that for category 2 or lower. Mostly because mortgages are not affordable.
Yeah.
So it does seem unlikely that if there was a category 2 family, that they would want to purchase rather than rent.
Yeah.
But that's to be seen.
Yeah. Okay.
Based on current interest rates for mortgages.
Yeah, that all makes sense. I think I had internalized it that then it could be sold to the category 2 person, and I was like, wait, I thought we had that conversation that they probably can't buy it. I have a question, and someone fact check me if I'm saying any of this wrong, which is highly likely, but the idea is that the town sells it to an employee. It's no more than 1/3 of their income. So let's say that means we're selling it to an employee for, say, $500K. We built them for $1.1 million. they get fire insurance to cover their mortgage, the town burns down, hopefully not, but what happens to that 600K remainder? Like, do we just eat that? Can we mandate that they overinsure, that it would have to make the town whole? If so, what does that do to affordability? Sorry, straight for the jugular.
Great, no, that's a great question. I don't know if we have anything in town policy. We normally insure to the replacement value of the structure.
That's what I was gonna say. The insurance would insure not at the purchase price, but at the a third-party replacement value, which would usually closely aligns to, usually. I think it can get out of hand with larger residents, but on a simple residence, it should align with the value of what it would cost to rebuild it.
Okay.
So that kind of gets around that. So they're gonna have to insure it for what it was gonna cost to rebuild it, not what they paid for.
That is good.
How do we enforce that? And that might be,
I
Doug
think-
might have to jump in here.
I think Aspen had that issue, and I think what they experienced was that the mortgage company is only going to require you to have insurance for the loan. I mean, they're not going to require you to, in this instance, have insurance for $1.2 million replacement cost. They're not going to mandate that. So the question is then how do you, there's still a delta, there's still a probability or possibility. I know from talking to Pete Stecker and his controller that was something they struggled with. And so they had matter of fact type statement, you may not necessarily think is the reality that what had experience in Aspen. So I think it's something still to be solved for, frankly.
Yeah, and our guidelines don't address it at all in terms of insurance level that's required.
Pitkin has a shared equity program versus like a required repurchase agreement, and the shared equity agreement can address that in a better way because you're more aligned with the economics of the transaction.
I mean, I'm just thinking out loud. I'm almost reluctant to say it, but I mean, is it possible that we could hold a policy for the difference and figure out a way to, or be self-insured? But yeah, either way, like.
I don't know if you'd have an insurable interest in something you don't know.
Yeah, because that's the thing, like, we'll be the ones holding the bag, the town.
Yeah, I just don't think you have an insurable interest. I mean, that's a question for Jeff.
A small percentage of owner, the way Pitkin County does that in their deed restrictions.
Just pray. That would require pray for the fire.
Like as Meeker is burning.
There could be ways to, to create that insurable interest by, I've seen this in other affordable housing schemes where, I think Pitkin County does it, I've seen it elsewhere, where the town or the affordable housing entity, they retain an interest in the unit as a tenant and common owner, so they'd have like a 1% non-possessory fee, like 1% interest in the property, but not have any rights of possession to it, and then that allows, that's kind of helps get to the shared equity, that shared equity piece.
I have another very rudimentary insurance question that probably everyone else knows but me. If the home burned down, they get a $500,000 check from the bank. We're the co-interested party. We get the difference. So maybe that $600K to rebuild a $1.1 million property. But are they attached or forced in any way to then rebuild that $500K home right there? Or could they take that and be like, out of here, going to somewhere with some other kind of natural disaster?
And that's the problem when we start doing all this. There's all these things that no one's digging deep on.
In order for us to do something like this, we're going to have to take on risk. That's kind of the way it's just whether you like it or not.
Great question.
No,
they're great.
Me out.
Yeah.
It's a very interesting question.
They would get foreclosed on, so they're disincentivized to get foreclosed on by if you just took the money and walked away from your mortgage.
Oh, and that's okay.
That would be bad for them.
Yeah, that would be really bad.
We're our first reading, we can take a look at some of the insurance questions and bring it back for second.
Yeah, I'd be interested to know how other towns deal with that, because
That's a good question.
It's like to put like the bumpers on the bowling lane, like, we think you're going down the lane, we hope you're going down the lane, but I guess because it's town money, I maybe have a lower risk tolerance in case something goes off the rails.
Is there a way to mandate in their employment contract somehow that they insure it at full replacement value, not at?
I think
gonna
the
make
place
it
to-
unaffordable.
The place to do it would either be in the policy or more so in the deed restriction. And
Yeah.
if it's gonna be a place, but before committing to any kind of amendment, I'd wanna take a look at that a little bit more closely. Is there something happening locally that you have fire in your brain?
My smoke alarms were going off inside all weekend because of all of the fires.
Is there trouble breathing?
Isn't it really about the negotiation on the compensation for the person that's gonna live there? And their overall compensation package, that they're getting an opportunity to buy a town-owned property at a discounted rate, and they live in it for as long as they're employed, and then what happens when they sell it? Do they just get reimbursed for what they paid for it, or they get to share the equity that's happened over time, whether it's 3% per year or free market or whatever it is?
3%.
And I think that's what Picking
3%
County's
per
on.
year,
Yeah,
and so the
they get to
negotiation
share
piece,
that,
the
right?
negotiation piece is for the town manager, because the council
Right.
hires a manager
Does everything else.
everything and beyond. And so the rest of it would really fall, and that's what the policy lays out, is in terms of
So,
leasing and rights of
yeah, at this point, the only property we would sell would be to a town manager.
No.
Or a department.
No, it's, department
That's at the
heads,
council's discretion.
employee.
Well, that's one of them, if that's at the council's discretion, then we haven't crossed that bridge yet, I guess. Unless we can just, if we put a unit out there that's category 2, we buy it, we sell it to an employee, whoever it is, for part of a compensation package, because he can't afford the market for a category 2 house, like your example of it's 1.2 or 1.3, whatever it is, they can't afford to buy it, and they buy it for 500, that's part of their compensation. That contribution of that home has a value of whatever it is a month on a salary, and then when it comes time to split it, they get to share in the profits based on what they put in it.
Tell me if I'm remembering the policy wrong, but in terms of the negotiation for compensation, that's only for the town manager. The town council ultimately gets to determine who, approves the sale of any unit, but the policy lays out who's eligible to purchase, and it lays out at what price it would be purchased and at what rate the purchased unit would later appreciate, and that it would then be repurchased by the town once there was a trigger event that it had to be resold.
If it's repurchased.
So there's really
by-
not any negotiation with department
Yeah.
heads at all on it. It's really about a matter of determining where within this policy do they fall based on their, where they're coming in at.
That should be the policy that applies to a town manager then. That the town, if the town can't buy it back, because that's what you just said, right? If a department head buys a home across the street here, and the town has to buy it back if they leave, that's the deal.
That's what we're saying the deal is, but a
Yeah,
different
so
council could
that's
say
gotta be
something
this-
else.
It's gotta be a level playing field. You can't do it differently, I don't think. That would be
No,
sort
I don't
of some
think,
sort of.
we're not doing it differently.
No,
We're saying
might
we
be
have
missing
4
it.
units, right?
Yeah,
They're all gonna be they're gonna be for sale.
right.
Hopefully to a town manager, hopefully to a department head, hopefully to employee.
Hmm.
And we're basically just selling a deed restricted unit to our employee.
At a discount.
I mean, at the,
Category rate.
yeah, we're selling it at a category rate because it's gonna help us attract them as the town.
Hannah's scenario was if the category rate is too high.
Well, she was worried about it burning down. That was the
But
difference.
I'm also worried about that.
Yeah.
I'm worried about a lot of things.
But we're gonna sell it to them for, let's say, $600,000. They're gonna get the 3% appreciation and that's it. There's no,
Ask them.
yeah. And then it sells at the,
But we're the position the town is in is to buy it back.
Well, theoretically, the town would embargo the money when they got the sales price, they would embargo the money.
But you'd have
They would have it-
You still have debt service on whatever you put into it. if you just paid it off, so you're still carrying, in theory.
No debt service on the condos, could we use the bond?
Well, I mean, on a new home.
Oh,
Your microphone?
Sorry, so, sorry. If there's a house out there that's 1.3, and we hire somebody to come in here and go to work for us, whatever it is, 1.2, 295, whatever it is, the town buys it for that person.
No, Rick, this is, are we only talking on we're only talking about the 4
These
affordable
4
housing in
units,
Stottsville. That's it.
Okay.
Okay.
So what?
So that's what I'm saying.
Still the same question.
Well, no, but we
are-
own these 4 units
Right.
as the town. That's what the bond money is for. We're not going to buy a free market unit for
The
a town manager.
compensation for so the town manager's not buying the unit.
They can, they could buy, we're
we
only
allowed it.
talking about the 4 units in Stottsville. That's all that this is about. That we already built 2, and we got 2 more coming.
So it's 1.2, buy it, and he says, I'll give you 800, or we'll do 800, we'll carry $400,000. Is that what Hannah's question was? If the person can't afford to pay
Let's
the
go about the
category 2
insurance, like,
insurance.
The purchase price is determined based on the category that they qualify under the community housing guidelines.
Right.
And those categories, that determines the purchase price. And so that is a much bigger policy than this policy. And that is, purchase price for each of those categories is based on affordability.
I think Hannah's question was about insurance, and we're going to come back
My
with that on
question
the
is
second
about,
reading.
do they pay, if the category 2 for Stotts, what's the selling price for those units, for those 4 units?
We're not doing category 2. That's the point of the change in the policy. Category 2 doesn't work for most of the town employees.
What's the purchase price going to be for those 4 units?
So if you
Depends on
have,
whatever category they're in.
so if you have like a police chief, say, or another department head, and they're making a salary that falls into the 150% of area median income, then they would be in the category 4 per the guidelines, and so they would pay the category 4 purchase price. And so the town would take that money, put it in a fund, and hopefully gain interest on it. But the category 4 purchase price is not going to be as high as the amount of money the town spent to build it, so it's subsidized by the town.
That's my question, is part of the compensation package to attract recruited people to come here, right? Is they get to purchase a really nice 3-bedroom, brand-new duplex for a category that's whatever
The
they
category
qualify
price,
for,
yeah.
right, price.
Sure.
And then we carry it for perpetuity.
Yeah, but the price will be dependent on what category their income falls
Yeah,
in.
so their income will determine what the price is they pay.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Question, you go.
Just before we jump off the embargo questions, if, I'm assuming as part of the process of approving a capital improvement fee, after that was approved, then that money, we would also make sure that we had a match of that embargoed as well. In other words, bought it for, say, 500,000, and it's 10%. We need to embargo another 50 to cover that later on. I know it's not a lot of money.
Appreciation, you talking about?
No, the capital improvement.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, we need to embargo that too. I'm assuming that's part of the
Yeah.
approval process to let somebody
They
do
give
it.
them credit for 10% of the.
Yeah, we say, hey, yeah,
improvements they
you can go ahead and remodel your kitchen or whatever it is, and
And
we
you'd have
make
to-
sure we set that money aside too, right?
make. That would be correct.
So just from the point of view of negotiating a new hire or old hire or whoever the heck it is, we have to have some clear-cut definition of what this person's participation is into whatever real estate they purchased that's town-owned. It's part of their contract.
I think part of the problem is that person that might buy the house may already be employed by the town.
That too.
So it'll flow through, so then you're renegotiating their employee contract, and I'm not sure that's, I don't know that you can do that.
Well, I don't think there's the only person with an employment contract is the town manager. And the policy is intended that is up for consideration tonight is to kind of serve the purpose that I think you're getting at, right? Because, well, if I'm a department head, existing or new hire, how do I even go about, purchasing this? And that's kind of what the policy lays out as to who is prioritized and how that would flow through for potential purchase is theirs, right?
Yeah. With the exception of the town manager position that might be negotiated, with their employment contract. Basically, the way it's set up is that when we have a unit that's done, we offer it for sale to all town employees, and then the town employees that are interested, respond and say, I'm interested. And then if we have multiple interested employees, then we use that that priority system that's in the policy, town manager first, department head, and then other employees. And if we have multiple employees in a certain category, then we do a lottery, is the way it's set up.
So that individual gets the benefit of a 3%.
Yeah, there would be a 3% appreciation cap.
Is that 3% cap? It's like AMI or 3%, whichever. CPI, thank you. Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's the lower of CPI or 3%.
So if there was some big economic downturn, it's not like the town's on the hook to buy it back at 3% every year.
Yeah, because sometimes it might be flatlined at 0 if it's CPI.
I've thought this is an incredibly interesting thing to consider, and I am completely sold that this is a good financial model for the employee because you're building equity with a little bit of interest on something versus tossing your money down the drain with renting. From the town side of things, I think I'm kind of with Ryan that it would be a big shame if the town lost out on one of these units, like if we didn't have the money to buy it back because there was a recession or something like that, which makes me feel like we should have that money in an account just sitting somewhere. So I guess what is the financial picture and benefit look like to the town? Like if you have to have that money on deck.
Well, there's already a reserve policy for the town
Mhm.
that is prescribed by resolution that was determined years ago. 40% of the operating expenses is really, it's a mathematical determination of what it is, and that's money is embargoed. Fortunately, during my tenure here, we've always been eclipsing that amount, so we've always been in the black. Doesn't mean you always will be, but I think to answer your question, I mean, what you could simply do is make that, modify the resolution to include any sort of proceeds and/or capital improvements and/or 3% COLA, however you want to call it, the appreciation cap, as part of your reserve that the general fund would have to maintain on a prospective basis. That way you kind of protect yourself from, you have a 08-09 situation
Mhm.
where, everything is just going to hell.
Yeah.
And I think that could be more clearly prescribed, but I think maybe that was the idea, is that upon sale, that money would be basically set aside for when it might need to be repurchased.
Could we just create a restricted fund for affordable?
Well, you wouldn't want to make it
For
restricted.
sale
You'd want
affordable
it-
housing?
Well, I think you'd probably want to have it as part of the general fund.
It had to be
I would think.
accounted for in your fund reserve, so the 40% that we maintain.
Oh, I get we have that money, but I'm still
No,
in
but-
that stance of what if you blow through your reserves? You could have something horrible happen, and we got $4 million to build these houses, right? Heaven forbid we lose these 4 houses, because our replacement cost anywhere down the line is gonna be more than what it is to, the purpose of these was to attract employees and to give us a higher edge to keep awesome employees in this town and to keep the town running. And so I guess what happened, what is the structure now if we sell one of these that money just goes into general fund, like they get a mortgage, the bank has the mortgage.
Embargo, they need to not spend it.
Yeah,
But to your point, well, I guess we just need to be responsible.
Well,
But if a future council decided to raid that reserve fund, there's nothing we can really do to stop them.
That's
You could buy a bond, you could buy a treasury bond, 5-year treasury bond or 10-year treasury bond and say, okay, there's no risk here, principal loss risk. That would, and I don't know, there's ways, I think there's simply ways to embargo money without creating too much brain damage. That it saves us agita that we would have. I think there's plenty of ways to do it.
Doug, wouldn't that be something in the line item from the budget as well, that the auditors would look for money in and money out?
I really do think it's not, I don't think that's a hard thing to solve for, frankly, I really don't. And I share the concern. I mean, I'm the one who brought it up. It's like, we got to embargo the money. We can't use it for other things.
Yeah, that's I guess my concern.
I've been pretty conservative so far.
You shouldn't count it against your reserve balance. You shouldn't, there's a lot of considerations, in the sense of being compliant.
But it's a town asset. At least that's from the whole Basalt Forward, the whole thing was, hey, we're building, we want to have this housing to attract staff. And I don't want to lose that ability to attract staff.
Right, I got you.
So
So do these policies, are they where they need to be then, or do we need to go back to the drawing board then?
What I would recommend, I think that we've got an ordinance for the declaration, and I'd recommend that be approved on first reading and the public hearing, second reading, continue and set the public hearing and second reading for August. And with direction to staff to review the insurance issues. And then on the policy, I'd recommend that be continued until August so we can review whether there needs to be any amendments in light of our discussion tonight related to basically creating any kind of reserve fund upon a sale of a unit so that money's going to be there to repurchase it.
Makes sense.
Two more questions.
Okay. No, go ahead.
I guess for coming back in August, you had mentioned there's a Pitkin program. You were like, it's like that program, so maybe it might be nice to hear why we do this, not that.
Well, we already have those. We have the Pitkin program, we have the document, shared equity, we also have the one for Aspen uses. So we had those as guides, we put this together.
Okay.
So it's sort of a hybrid of the two, but I think, frankly, think that the shared equity addresses the insurance issue a little bit more than what we have here in front. That's my understanding of it.
Yeah, that might be helpful to look into that or lean into that then. And then I guess the other thing I just wanted to triple check. So employee buys it, there's an economic downturn or some reason that the town doesn't want to rebuy it when it goes up for sale. So it goes out into the community as affordable housing. How does it work? Say it's a hospital worker, or teacher or something. They leave that job. Can that follow them if they leave that job? If they leave that job, do they have to sell it back to us? What's the chain of custody?
Well, if we sold it to somebody that is outside of the town's organization, we would likely, and this would be at the discretion of the town council, but put in stipulations in the contractor deed restricted such that we would get a right to purchase it back, and then it would probably stipulate the terms of the ability to purchase it back. Wouldn't you think, Jeff?
Yeah, sorry, if this is...
If the town council chose to sell one of the units to somebody that was not a town employee, that the town council would probably likely place a first right of purchase back and provide stipulations if they were not employed in the valley or
Yeah, there's be subject to the underlying Category 2 deed restriction. There may be ability, as the owner to place this additional kind of covenant on it to create a right of first purchase for the town on sale to a non-town owner.
Didn't we
That
just say
being-
that we're not selling to category 2 people though? Or that that's unlikely someone
We
would
have
buy
to
it?
maintain that
We
for
have-
the
We have to
covenant.
maintain that underlying deed restriction in the event it were to be sold to a non-town employee.
But what's more likely to happen here is that we go through all of the town staff and by some miracle, nobody needs the unit or the units or whatever. Then at that point, there's nothing to say that we can't advertise or offer the unit for rent
I see.
That's what I was gonna
for
say.
12 months.
Just rent it,
Yeah.
we don't have to sell it.
So we don't have to sell it. You can just offer it for rent and kind of, we're still offering it for rent.
Right.
The town council has to decide whether we even want to sell it.
Right.
Right.
Correct.
And even kick off that
Right.
process.
Because
Category,
it could be somebody comes in and says, rather than me put a bunch of my savings into this and get 3% appreciation, I'll just rent because it's tied to my employment anyway.
Yeah.
So
That was my point in this
Right.
discussion with the hiring, whoever it is, town manager, police chief, mechanic for public works, that if they want to buy a unit, there's got to be some really clear explanation about how the transaction happens and what happens if it doesn't to work out down the road. To your point, the compensation range for town manager is pretty broad. So there may be, somebody may not want to buy it. So then, what happens?
that's what's covered in the policy.
So,
so we'll table the resolution.
so I think that what Jeff did, just to kind of summarize, we can make we can make a motion to approve ordinance number 10 and include direction to staff to look into the insurance questions that we had at the meeting tonight. Is that sufficient for that motion?
Yeah. So let's just do these one at a time, and I'll
Yeah,
just
for
I'll
sure.
just make the motion or read a proposed motion. Someone could say so moved. So the motion could be to approve ordinance number 10 on a series of 2025 on first reading and continue and set the public hearing second reading for August 26, 2025, with the condition that the staff look into insurance questions on the deed restriction.
So moved.
It's been moved. We have a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
So real quick, 7C, resolution number 38, series of 2025, resolution of the Town Council of Basalt, Colorado, approving the administrative policy regarding the rental and sale of the town-owned Stotts Mill duplex units on lots 15, 16, 20, and 21 of the Stotts Mill subdivision PUD. Jeff, do you want to give us that motion?
Yes, it could be a motion that town council continue resolution number 38, series of 2025 to August 26, 2025, with the direction to staff to review the issues that town council discussed tonight.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you, guys.
We got one more.
Wait, we have another one.
I said thank you to the people who did the presentation because that's polite. All right, next up is item 7D, first reading ordinance number 11, series of 2025. Ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Basalt, Colorado, referring to the registered electors of the Town of Basalt at the coordinated election to be held on November 4th, 2025. A ballot issue to increase the lodging tax by 4%, setting the ballot title and content for the ballot issue, and providing other matters relating to the election. And this is Jeff, and I don't know if Bill Ray's on, but Jeff's here. Jeff? Oh, you're, where were you?
I was in the kitchen.
I didn't even see you come in. Good to see you.
No, I just slid in.
You snuck in while I was reading.
I gave him a big hello.
All right. Well, Bill, you're here. You wanna lead us off, or Jeff? Who's running this?
I'll start. So this is an ordinance to set the ballot question, and the ballot question on a lodging tax increase. As drafted, the ballot issue would propose increasing the lodging tax by 4%, from 4% to 8%. And the revenues from the lodging tax would be restricted to affordable housing purposes. I know Bill's here to go over some of the work that he's done on the survey and otherwise. And Bill has also made a couple of suggestions for amendments to the way the question reads, in particular as to the bullet points related to those more specific affordable housing purposes. So, Bill, I'll give it to you.
Give me 20 seconds more. I think I'm in.
You're in. Yep.
Can I present? Do I need to be promoted?
No, you should be able to share.
Sorry, council members. No, I don't have a share option.
Okay, I'll promote you to panelist here.
Thank you.
Sure.
There we go. Well, while this is loading, thanks for having me back. It's been a while since I have come and visited with the Town of Basalt Council, but so I've been helping out the town do some community outreach and engagement, working with the town staff. We put together a postcard that we hoped helped provide some information to the community about the lodging tax, the current uses of the lodging tax, and what an increase could be used for to support the town's workforce housing projects and efforts that I think you've been talking about quite a bit this evening. So as part of that mailer and the information we put out on social media and on the website, we had a short feedback survey in there, and I wanted to share the results of that with you and just talk through that and see if you have any questions about that. But I can't seem to get it to come up, so I'm just a little unorganized tonight. I apologize.
Do you want my printer?
Here we go. All right. Sorry about that. So as I said, we had a mailer that went out. It had a QR code, email address to take a short survey. And it's just so you know, we sent out about just under 2,300 postcards to households in the town. We also did a text to folks that had a mobile number attached to their address in the file that we pulled. And we were able just to send a text that said, look in your mailbox for an important update from the town. Also gave a link to the town's website and to the survey. We got 162 responses as of yesterday, which I thought was pretty good. Just so you can see here, we asked a couple demographic questions. I think it's always interesting to kind of know a little bit about the demographics of who's responding to the survey. So you can see here on the right-hand side, this column that says 2025 LV, that means likely voters. So I can go into the voter file and take a look at all the voters in the town of Basalt. I can look at their vote history. I can't tell you how they vote, but I can tell you if they vote. And voters are typically pretty habitual. If you're going to vote in an odd numbered year election, you're probably going to vote in this odd numbered year election. So you can kind of get a snapshot of who are the likely voters in this upcoming election. And just so you see here, the way to read this is 18 to 34-year-olds be about 12% of your likely voters in the upcoming election. 9% of the survey respondents were 18 to 34 years old. 35 to 44-year-olds, about 18%. They were 21% of the respondents. 45 to 54-year-olds, 16.6%, 21% of respondents. 55 to 64-year-olds, 19%. They were 23% of our respondents, and 65 and older voters will be about 34% of your voters, but they were just about 25% of the respondents here. Likewise, we asked gender and county, and you can see about just under 45% were female respondents, 51% of our likely voters. Males were about 37% of our respondents. They'll be about 48%, 49%, and 8% preferred not to answer. And this is where we got nice, kind of very close, was the proportion of Eagle to Pitkin County. We are, really just a couple points off there in that balance between Eagle and Pitkin County. So that was nice to kind of see a good balance represented in the survey. So we always like to start with a question like, would you say things in the town are on the right track or headed in the wrong direction? And here you can see almost 59% say right track. So good job. I'm not seeing right track numbers like that in other communities I'm working with this cycle. Actually, I've seen a lot of pessimism out there in some of the other areas where I've done these types of surveys lately. One thing I will note is almost everywhere that I've done a survey this year, no matter if it's for a county, a school district, or something else, folks who are kind of 45 to 54, and especially these 55 to 64-year-old cohorts, have been real kind of pessimistic on a lot of surveys I've done. And that's the case here, especially the 55 to 64-year-olds. We asked the question, what do you think the number one issue is in the town and the region? And you're probably not going to be surprised by this, but 40% said housing, affordability and cost of availability and cost of housing. The second one was traffic and congestion. Then you have wildfire risk. And then you have folks who selected other, and they provided, these are some of the responses. We also had about 10 people all say all of the above, which we typically have. But you can see here in these other responses, there isn't just one issue: education and the economy, senior housing. This person, next one, ranked traffic, housing, wildfire risk. So you can see a couple things: parking along Midland Avenue, federal lands, noise, taxes always seem to come up in these lists of problems. We asked how much of a problem is that lack of affordable and attainable housing for the town of Basalt, and you can see here about 66% say it's a serious problem. So they rank it as the number one problem. They also see it as a serious problem, and it's pretty consistent across age groups here.
100% of the 34-year-olds.
So we didn't ask like a ballot question. Shall taxes be increased in this? We wanted to keep it a little more conversational in our survey, but we did ask this. We kind of set the stage. The town may ask voters to increase its lodging tax. I'm not going to read this whole thing, I promise. By 4% up to 8%. Each 2% increment could provide $250,000, and we gave some potential uses: providing matching resources for private and nonprofit partnerships and with other local governments, supporting programs to reduce the cost of renting or owning a home, such as down payment assistance, deed restrictions, increasing the supply by constructing homes, purchasing available homes, addressing infrastructure. Would you be more or less likely to support this? And you can see here, really strong support. 65.6% said yes, 29% said no. I always tell when I work on these, kind of show these kind of data points, the light blue versus the purple, the definitely yes versus the definitely no. Those are the folks who just have their mind made up right away. They get their ballot or they see the proposal and they don't even read it. They just see a couple words. They either know they're yes or no. And you can see here that 34% were definitely yes, 20% were definitely no. Basically, when I'm asked, well, will a ballot question be successful, I actually look at those numbers, and those are the numbers I key in on. And here, you always want to have the definitely yeses higher than the definitely nos. In this case, that's a really strong showing. You can see, interestingly, I thought that this kind of 45 to 54-year-old group were the kind of the softest on it. I don't know if, they kind of already have purchased their house, have kind of got that set, and like I worked, a lot of times we see when I do other affordable housing, I did a big project, Glenwood Springs one a few years ago. We had a lot of folks say, well, I saved up. I had to do what I had to do to buy a house. And we heard a lot of those comments from that age group, the 45 to 54-year-olds, probably because they just kind of went through all that. And like, I had to save up. No one helped me, but I was surprised to see that number a little, so kind of, softer in that age group. But otherwise, all the other age groups, not surprising to me, younger, 18 to 34-year-olds love this, love the idea of some help to find housing, because it's got to be a major stressor for that age group. I know I have two living at home in that age group right now. So the small group of folks who were no or unsure, we brought them out into a sub-question just to try and figure out, well, if you're no or unsure, why? And you can see here the major reason was other. We always like to give folks a chance to give us their feedback. That's so important to this kind of process. The second most common answer was generally don't support tax increases. Third was there's other more important uses of tax increases, but within the other, I pulled out the kind of the most substantial comments for you to see, because we just had a bunch of people who just kind of reiterated, I don't like taxes. And so I did pull out some of those, why should visitors support this? Seems like too much going to marketing. You need to provide a full blockchain with receipts of where every single penny of taxpayer money is going. So you all can read the comments, but there's, a lot of different variety of comments. I don't like lodging taxes is something folks brought up. So we did ask a couple kind of questions that to frame the conversation around the lodging tax increase. And so I'll go through a couple of these. So we asked folks, is knowing this information important, very important, somewhat important, not very important, or not important to them at all in their decision making on this? So we asked, the lodging tax will almost exclusively be paid by visitors through hotel stay or short-term rental. By doing this, visitors can help support the town's workforce and increase the supply of housing. And you can see 52.5% said that's very important knowing that. The next one, providing housing for the town's workforce has several benefits, including allowing local employees to become rooted in our community and also reducing traffic and other impacts from people commuting to work. 65% basically said that's very important. I think that had a lot to do with traffic, because we saw traffic pop up in other places in the survey. The proposal would allow the town to partner with other local governments, including the county, school districts, and do those private and nonprofit partnerships, 55.6%. So important information, but nothing like that question before that had to do with traffic and congestion. The last one, the proposal would allow the town to fund programs that reduce the cost of renting or purchasing housing and limits the resale value to keep them affordable. Also important at about almost 59%. So I'll pause there. There were also, we did offer folks an opportunity to provide feedback and an open-ended question, and I provided a report of those to Doug. I hope to share with you all. Lots of great feedback in there. Comments about some of the things that kind of caught my attention. There was definitely people who wanted to let you know about their thoughts on parking here in town. Traffic came up many times. Comments around shouldn't, the resort company be doing more for housing? Why is the town involved in the housing business? So good comments to read, good feedback. we're going to be using some of those comments and feedback to do some more information on the town's website to kind of answer some recurrent questions and themes that came up in there, but I recommend reading through those because it's good feedback from your community members, and there was a lot of comments. So otherwise, I'll pause there.
I haven't sent those yet. I didn't want to steal your thunder. That's forthcoming.
That's great.
Some good reading for y'all.
Great information. Thank you for doing this, Bill. I don't have any questions. I'd be supportive of this. Open it up to the rest of the group.
How did we get to 8% total? It seems,
4 and 4.
well, I got the simple math, Rick, thank you. He said 4 plus 4.
I want to talk about the first 4.
Yes.
Oh.
End on a strong note.
Fine.
I can feel it.
No, I'm not being facetious.
I don't
want to talk about the first 4.
I want to talk about the new 4. It just bringing us to 8% total lodging tax. Right now we're at 4, Carbondale's at 2, Aspen's at 2, Glenwood's at 5. I'm really afraid that we're going to push people down Valley, and then we're going to be kind of missing out on sales tax revenue on top of lodging revenue. I think it's too much. It is too bold, Dieter. I think if we settle somewhere like in the middle of that with an additional 2%, 6% is a little more palatable. Total tax rate would bring us close to Glenwood in the Eagle County portion of our town, which is where most of our lodging is. So we'd be at 14.2%, 15.3 in Picken. I also am concerned about voter fatigue with that. Like, we know for a fact that we have the education district coming and asking for taxes. We are going to be asking for a sales tax increase here in pretty short order. And while it's 2 completely separate groups of people paying those taxes, lodging versus sales, I still think that voters look on their ballot and they go, oh my God, the taxes, 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 taxes. And it might not necessarily click with all of them that, like, as a resident, I'm not paying the lodging tax, but it's still another tax increase.
And I look at that same side of, you know, you're going to pit one of our hotels directly across the highway to another hotel that has none of this tax.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I think doubling it is a lot. I mean, that to me is a way higher rate. And, you know, I don't think they see it so much right up front, but I think it could build up. And so I would agree with where Angela's coming from.
Are we talking to Eagle County? There was a Vail Daily article maybe a couple weeks ago that said they were considering.
Jeff Stroll had
Okay.
indicated he didn't say what it was, but the most Eagle can go to is 6. Since we're home rule, we are not capped at 6.
Mm-hmm.
But they are considering that. And then what Ryan said was correct. There's a competitive advantage of the Hoffman, say, relative to the Element.
Mm-hmm.
It's not only the lodging tax, but there's also no 3% sales tax at the Hoffman versus the Element. So the delta could become, if Eagle stays at 2 and we go to 8, then you're up 6 on the lodging, and then you add another 3 on sales tax, so you're at like a 9% delta between the two.
And when would we know what they may or may not go for, just so we could know that exact delta? Oh,
Well, I was presenting to the Eagle County Board of County Commissioners before I drove over Cottonwood
Oh,
Pass and joined
yeah.
you all tonight. So I did a survey for them and presented those results. They also had very strong support for their lodging tax. They are doing a public comment session next Wednesday
okay.
at the commission, and then the following Wednesday, they'll make their final decision. We surveyed on the full 6% that they're allowed to levy. I don't know what they're likely to do, but they're definitely giving it a very close look. And they want, obviously, early childhood education, housing, but also the state in a new bill I think this past legislative session allowed counties also now to use their lodging tax for infrastructure and public safety and wildfire mitigation. So they are also considering those uses as well.
Okay.
So the question I have is the data that you generated, is it from general elections or from April, spring, Basalt specific elections, or where did it come from?
That's a great question. So the voter database that I use to look at voter behavior and who our voters are does include spring election data in there, but probably it relies more on general election and November election data.
Okay.
Yep.
The other thing to your ask of 4+4, the current 4% is divided into $125 for a chamber, or $125,000 that goes to the Basalt Chamber for marketing or whatever. $125,000 goes to open space and parks, and $250,000 goes to events for the town of Basalt. So we have in this lodging tax $375,000 just used for tourism, marketing, events, whatever, change the logo, whatever it is. I would like to know if the council has discretion. If we ask for 4%, that gives us theoretically $500,000. But we've had many conversations tonight about where we're going to find money for affordable housing. We have a 1% sales tax on open space that goes to open space now that I think generates over $1 million a year.
Like 3 million.
3 million a year. So this 125 in here seems a little redundant to be giving to a fund that already generates $3 million a year. We've accomplished this goal across the street here of finishing that park, and I don't hear from Doug, I'm just throwing it out there. But that's another source maybe we look at, and I don't know if it's a ballot question to split that differently, or if it's a council decision.
I think you might be conflating post versus maintenance, because it's.
No, I know that there's a certain amount out of open space, 1% that goes to maintenance.
No, 1% is post, that is capital projects.
Right, but that also part of that was dedicated to maintenance of our parks. And we voted on that many years ago to increase it from 10 to 20%.
You're not getting your
because we
bag
didn't
yet.
have post, we had just an open space tax. So I'm just asking a general question of, where's the buckets of money are, and, as a voter, I would look at this and say, well, if we're gonna let's get 2% out of this, let's get some more money out of this first 4% and settle at 6%. And maybe we have a chance that these guys are talking about. Or, my own personal opinion is it's a spring issue, not a fall issue. But that, I haven't won out on that one yet, so I'm not gonna worry about it. But I think that's an eye-opener for what we're doing now, is we're asking for 4% that goes right to affordable housing.
Mhm. I would definitely ask Jeff to jump in on how the different monies can be used, because I'm not that familiar with those. Sorry, council member.
If you're gonna change the use of a tax would require voter approval. So if there is a voter-approved sales tax that's restricted to whatever purposes, to add an additional purpose to how that money could be spent would require voter approval.
Is this the first 4% defined like it is here? 125, 125, and 250?
There was.
Open space.
On the lodging
Chamber
tax.
and events, on the last 4%, what was that defined as?
There was originally.
The first 4%.
Right, there was originally a 2% lodging tax, and it was tied to certain purposes. I have to look at the code to say exactly what they are, but they're, as has been described in the memo. And then there's an additional 2% lodging tax that was passed sometime after that. And then this would be what you guys get to decide on, is whether to submit this question to increase that by some further amount, and for that further amount to be dedicated to affordable housing purposes.
I think. Any more on that? Like, one thing that stands out to me as we ask people through this survey, like, how do you feel about going up to 8%? And 66% of people said that housing was a serious problem, and 66% of people said they'd support it, which makes me feel
My
more
concern is that
inclined to
those
go
questions
for
were
it.
asked in somewhat of a silo, do you know what I mean? Like, we know the other tax ballots that are, tax questions that are gonna be on the ballot, and the other tax questions that are going to come up on future ballots, and that's what I'm, like, concerned about. I think if those questions had possibly been phrased, you know, with like, given all of these other tax increases that you're going to be asked for, do you know what I mean? And it wasn't an options given question, it was like 8%. I'd be interested in knowing, like, would you support?
They'd be
4%
6% too.
Yeah.
I would say I would happily go for the full amount today, but I'd also be, like, especially for the Element versus the Hoffman tax rate, like, I'd be very interested to know where Eagle County lands, just so we know exactly what we're getting into for the Element and Hoffman.
Can't go more than 6.
But, like, if they land, like, are they gonna increase to 4% or 6%, like, figuring out exactly what that delta may be?
But
I
sadly,
think we-
for timing, we don't really have that benefit.
They'll do it, it sounds like they're gonna decide the day after we have our next meeting.
Ah.
So, but we might have an idea, and we can always change the percentage next meeting. What I go back to is the survey, so the people that we have to ultimately get to decide on this are supportive. I seriously doubt, like, it's not a zero-sum game in the hotel business. Like, both hotels are gonna be full in the peak times. It's not like we're gonna have a dearth of visitors going to the Element or to any of the other hotels in town, because they're like, oh, I gotta pay, if I have $500 a night room, I gotta pay 20, is that right? $20 a night, whatever it is. Help me out.
Yeah, for the
It's too
extra
late.
2%.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, I just don't see that dissuading anybody from going there. So it's like, if the voters want to do it and the consumer is gonna still want to come stay here and go ski Aspen or fish our rivers, like, sounds good to me.
Yeah. Yeah.
You have a good representation of the demographic right here in front of you right now, because I'm in the 65-plus category, and I've been through a number of sales tax increases, and my question would be, are we accountable to what we're collecting? Are we using it what we thought it was for? And have our priorities shifted to something else, which they have, based on your data, to affordable housing? So we need to raise as much revenue, because to Doug's point earlier, we're seeing a flattening out of sales tax generally. We've got a couple of pretty big projects, so.
Our council is the parabola of age ranges approval ratings. Got lots of support,
Parabola
got a
is
little dip.
You
Yeah, I
know,
think we have, what, like 4 of us in the 55 to 44.
Oh, that's nice of you. I appreciate that.
Oh, Peter, you look great.
Yeah, thank you.
We're at the.
Me and Rick are standing alone here.
I'm way alone. But I, you know, I would like to see this, obviously, because we've had hours of discussion about STR fees and sales tax and lodging tax. You know, the reason Basalt went and got City Market in the first place was because we wanted the 2% to land here and not the 1% over there. So to your point, there was some congruent behavior here that would be helpful. I don't know if they're in time to get a ballot question on the fall ballot or not with this.
Do you?
Eagle County.
Eagle County.
Eagle County, they only have to have one reading. So they have until September 5th to do it. So they have plenty of time to make a final decision. Yeah, counties don't require 2 readings.
When's our deadline?
Basically, well, you can tell us what it is.
Our next meeting.
Yeah, essentially, yeah.
Can we lobby Eagle County to
Probably could.
Peter, where do you stand?
go
I
mad
feel
share?
like if it sounds like the community would support a big leap like that, and I believe, so I would, I think that's sort of my benchmark right there, is if we're going to do everything possible, the 6% falls into the everything possible. we could do less than everything possible. And that would certainly be, you know, positive for the specific hotels and in the community. But I mean, if the community has an appetite for it.
Yeah, I guess I'm less concerned about the Hoffman versus the Element, and just more concerned, like I said, about voter tax fatigue. And
Well, I think
I'd rather do 2% now, ask for the sales percent increase for police and public works, and then go back for another 2% after we get that big push.
I think though, when you look at the demographic of the most supportive group being the oldest group is probably the group that definitely absolutely knows that that's where, that they're not going to pay for that.
Right.
I think, you know, nothing against the younger voter, but they may not necessarily fully, they may just be like, tax, no, you know, but I think the older voter who is more willing to participate will recognize that it's not necessarily a tax on them unless they want a staycation at the whatever Element.
All right. Any other questions or comments? And we can change the percentage in the second reading, right? So if no one has any other questions or comments, I'd entertain a motion.
Mayor, I move that the town council approve ordinance number 11, series of 2025 on first reading and continue and set the public hearing and second reading for August 26, 2025.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Pam, will you please call the roll?
Sorry, before you call the roll, I do need to say one thing. Bill had suggested a couple of amendments to the ballot language as it relates to the kind of these bullet-pointed purposes, defining what the affordable housing purposes are. And so I'll just say that we'll bring that as an option to council at second reading to either approve it as it is or as revised, because they were a little more concise and to the point and might kind of create maybe a less cluttered ballot question.
Okay.
So, sorry.
No, you're good. That's all good. Good to know. Do we need to amend the motion at all?
We'll just bring it back as an option for a second reading. I think it's fine.
Cool.
I have a question on that,
Yeah.
technically. If we go forward with a 6 or 8% and we ask, does that allow us to ask to reallocate the total 6% to all affordable, or rearrange how you dole it out?
Separate ballot question.
Be a separate question to amend the uses for the existing 2 or 4%.
Okay.
The lodging tax.
No, can we do it at the same, I mean, would it make sense then to do it at the same time?
Well, I think technically you're not supposed to have multiple questions within one ballot question, so that might be a problem.
You haven't pulled that either.
Nobody else wants
But
to.
I don't know if we've had enough discussion or support for,
Well, I would support that in conjunction.
the existing lodging taxes are used for their allocated purposes,
allocation,
right? There's not a,
Yeah, I think that's fair to say.
I would recommend against it. I don't think, I think from a Tabor question, it's limited to a single question. So that might run afoul of a provision in Tabor.
Also might be confusing.
Yeah, definitely confusing. It's confusing.
Well, sorry, the scenario, if it doesn't pass, we can come back with an April question.
If it doesn't pass, you could bring back a question at your regular municipal election.
Okay.
All right. Any other questions on the motion or questions like that? Okay, Pam, will you please call the roll?
Absolutely. Let's begin with Rick Stevens,
Yes.
Angel Dupré-Bouchard,
Yes.
Ryan Slack,
No.
David Knight,
Yes.
Peter Schindler,
Yes.
Anna Berman.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-1.
All right, thanks, everybody. Long meeting, but we're done.
Thank you to the staff that is here. I know this isn't your